There are places on Earth where time never thawed, where footprints appear in stone long before they should, where mammoths freeze mid-motion and ancient ice hides secrets too deep for science to reach. There are skulls with unknown faces, tunnels carved by vanished beasts, and cultures that rose and vanished without a trace. In these frozen chapters, something feels off, as if the past remembers more than we do. The Clovis people, the black mat, the pulse of meltwater that changed the world. These are not stories. They are clues, and they are waiting. Let's drift in. The sudden extinction of woolly mammoths. In frozen tundras, beneath layers of permafrost, the bodies of woolly mammoths still lie with skin, fur, and even food in their mouths. These ancient giants once roamed across vast stretches of Europe, Asia, and North America. But around 10,000 years ago, they almost completely vanished. What caused their sudden extinction remains one of the most debated and disturbing mysteries of the Ice Age. Woolly mammoths were part of the elephant family and adapted to cold environments. They lived during the Pleistocene epoch, a period known for its repeated glaciations. Their long, curved tusks, thick fur, and fat insulation helped them survive in icy landscapes. For thousands of years, they thrived alongside humans and other megafauna like saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, and mastodons. But then, very suddenly, the mammoths disappeared. Scientists agree that mammoths began declining near the end of the last ice age, which ended roughly 11,700 years ago. But the sharpness of their decline is what puzzles researchers. In some parts of Siberia, mammoth remains have been found that date to just a few thousand years ago. In fact, the last known population of woolly mammoths lived in isolation on Wrangel Island, off the coast of Russia, until about 4,000 years ago. That means they were still alive when the Egyptian pyramids were being built. So what happened to them? One major theory is climate change. As the Ice Age ended, global temperatures rose quickly. The tundras and grasslands where mammoths fed began to shrink, replaced by forests and wetlands. The mammoth's specialized diet, which relied on dry steppe vegetation, became harder to find. Their habitat was vanishing, and with it, their chance of survival. But climate change alone doesn't fully explain how rapidly they disappeared across such vast areas. Another leading theory is human hunting. As early humans spread across mammoth territory, they may have overhunted these animals for food, fur, bones, and ivory. There is evidence of mammoth kill sites, where bones have been found in patterns suggesting human hunting and butchering. Some sites show tools made of mammoth bones. The Clovis people in North America, for example, are known to have hunted large Ice Age animals using stone-tipped spears. But again, hunting alone might not be enough. Mammoths were massive and hard to kill, and their populations had survived previous human encounters. Then there's the possibility of disease. Some scientists have suggested that a pathogen, possibly introduced by humans or other animals, could have rapidly spread among mammoth populations, weakening or killing them off. There is no direct fossil evidence of disease in mammoths, but many species during the same time also vanished. The coincidence of these extinctions raises questions about whether a biological agent might have played a hidden role. More recently, researchers have considered the impact hypothesis. Around 12,800 years ago, a possible cosmic impact, like a comet or asteroid, may have struck Earth. Supporters of this theory point to a layer of burned carbon, unusual materials like nanodiamonds, and sudden climate disruption at the time. This event could have sparked wildfires, darkened the sky, cooled the planet temporarily, and disrupted ecosystems. It may have pushed already struggling species like the mammoths past their tipping point. One particularly disturbing detail is the discovery of flash-frozen mammoths in Siberia. Some were so well preserved that their stomachs still held undigested food. One even had liquid blood in its veins. This suggests they died suddenly and were instantly frozen. Such rapid freezing would require temperatures to drop within hours, something that normal weather cannot cause. This leads to speculation: could a sudden environmental cataclysm have struck these animals without warning? Genetics also add a strange piece to the puzzle. Studies of mammoth DNA from Wrangel Island show signs of what scientists call a genetic meltdown. These isolated mammoths had accumulated harmful mutations that affected their development, reproduction, and even sense of smell. Their gene pool had become too shallow to sustain a healthy population. This might explain why the last surviving mammoths faded away quietly on a lonely island, long after their mainland relatives had gone. Despite all these clues, no single explanation fully solves the mystery. It is likely that mammoths were victims of a deadly combination: rising temperatures, shrinking habitat, human pressure, and perhaps a final blow from disease or a cosmic disaster. Their extinction marks one of the most dramatic disappearances of large animals in Earth's recent history. But what makes it even more haunting is how sudden and recent it all was. Mammoths are not creatures from a forgotten past. They lived during the time of early humans, just a few thousand years ago. Some of our ancestors may have watched the last mammoths die out. Their bones lie not buried deep in rock, but just beneath the surface, preserved in frozen soil, as if time stopped for them. Even today, the mystery isn't over. Scientists are trying to bring the mammoth back through genetic engineering, using preserved DNA and modern elephants. If they succeed, it will mark the first time humans revive an extinct Ice Age species. But that also raises a chilling question. Should we bring them back if we still don't fully understand what killed them in the first place? The mammoth's sudden extinction is more than a scientific puzzle. It is a mirror reflecting the fragility of life on Earth. Something powerful, fast, and possibly silent swept them away. And in that quiet disappearance, there's a warning one we still don't completely understand. The flash-frozen mammoths in Siberia. How can a massive animal weighing over 6 tons be frozen so fast that its last meal is still in its stomach? What kind of event could suddenly lock a creature in time, preserving even its eyes, skin, and fur after thousands of years? In the icy grounds of Siberia, deep beneath the frozen earth, scientists and explorers have uncovered the bodies of woolly mammoths that died more than 10,000 years ago. These are not just bones. These are entire creatures, preserved with fur, muscle, organs, and sometimes even blood. The most shocking part is that in some of them, the stomach contents were still undigested. Grass and flowers that the mammoth ate only hours before it died were found in perfect condition. That tells us something terrifying. These animals were not just frozen, they were frozen instantly, and science still struggles to explain how. Woolly mammoths lived during the Ice Age, mainly in the cold regions of Europe, Asia, and North America. They were giant relatives of today's elephants, covered in thick fur, adapted to survive freezing climates. But even for such cold-resistant animals, the kind of freezing seen in Siberian mammoths is far beyond normal. For a body that size to be preserved without rotting, temperatures would have had to drop by dozens of degrees in just a few hours. That kind of sudden freeze does not happen in nature today. One of the most famous discoveries was the Beresovka mammoth, found in 1901 near the Beresovka River in Siberia. It was lying on its side, with grass still in its mouth. Autopsies showed that the mammoth suffocated, likely from a collapsed throat or chest, possibly caused by a sudden fall or pressure. Yet there were no signs of long decay. The tissue and skin were soft. Even the pupils in its eyes were intact. In 2013, scientists found another mammoth in the Yakutia region, with liquid blood still inside after more than 10,000 years. How could that be possible? Several theories have been proposed, but none are fully accepted. Some scientists believe that the mammoths might have fallen into ice crevasses or frozen lakes and been rapidly buried by snow and sediment. But even then, the level of preservation seems extreme. Others point to a theory called pole shift, where the Earth's crust moves rapidly over the inner layers of the planet, causing instant climate changes. If a region like Siberia suddenly shifted from a temperate zone to a polar one, the temperature drop could have been enough to freeze everything in place instantly. Another theory is linked to a possible asteroid or comet impact. According to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, about 12,800 years ago, a large comet, or fragments of it, struck Earth, triggering massive wildfires, floods, and sudden freezing across the northern hemisphere. If a shock wave of icy air was released into the atmosphere, it could explain the rapid freezing. But this theory is still debated, as direct evidence remains unclear. Some researchers have even suggested ancient solar events, or gamma-ray bursts, that might have triggered sudden climate shifts. But these explanations enter speculative territory. The truth is, the exact cause of the Mammoth's sudden freezing remains one of the most chilling questions in Ice Age science. Even today, as global warming melts more of Siberia's permafrost, new mammoth remains are being uncovered. Some of them are so well preserved that scientists have extracted DNA in hopes of possibly cloning the species. But that also raises an ethical dilemma. Should we bring back a creature that nature might have erased through a massive catastrophe we still do not understand? The sight of a perfectly frozen mammoth with skin, fur, and blood is not just an archaeological curiosity. It is a message frozen in time. Something happened on Earth that was fast, deadly, and cold beyond imagination. We still do not know what it was, and perhaps if it happened once, it could happen again. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, around 12,800 years ago, something strange happened. The Earth, which had been slowly warming after the last ice age, suddenly froze again. Glaciers returned, temperatures dropped, and thousands of species began to disappear. This sudden and sharp return to icy conditions is called the Younger Dryas. But what caused this unexpected freeze? One of the most controversial and mysterious theories is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. This hypothesis suggests that a large comet, or fragments of a comet, struck the Earth around 10,800 BC. The idea is that the explosion released an enormous amount of energy into the atmosphere, setting off wildfires across continents, blocking sunlight with dust, and plunging the Earth back into near Ice Age conditions. Scientists have been trying to understand this strange event for decades. Many believe it might be the key to one of the greatest turning points in human history. The name Younger Dryas comes from a small Arctic flower called Dryas octopetala, which suddenly appeared again in large numbers across Europe during this period. Its reappearance told scientists that the climate had cooled very suddenly. But while most Ice Age events happened slowly over thousands of years, the Younger Dryas began almost instantly. This sudden shift confused researchers. Something dramatic must have happened. The impact hypothesis began to take shape in the early 2000s, when scientists started finding strange layers in the Earth. In North America, Europe, and parts of the Middle East, researchers found a thin layer of soil filled with microspherules, nanodiamonds, melted glass, and unusual amounts of platinum. These materials are not normally found on Earth's surface. They are created by intense heat and pressure, the kind produced by meteorite or comet impacts. In particular, the nanodiamonds stood out. These tiny diamonds can form when carbon is exposed to extreme force, such as during an explosion or impact. They are similar to those found in meteorites. Their presence in these ancient layers around the world suggested that something violent may have happened in the sky. One major discovery came from the black mat layer. This is a dark, thin band of soil found in archaeological sites across North America. It lies directly above layers filled with bones of mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age animals. Above the black mat, those animals are gone. The extinction happened suddenly and widely. Many scientists believe the two events, the appearance of this strange layer and the disappearance of the Megafauna, may be connected. At the same time, human cultures also began to change. The Clovis culture, one of the earliest known groups in North America, vanished around the same time. Their distinctive spear points disappear from the archaeological record, and other types of tools begin to appear. Some researchers suggest that whatever caused the younger Dryas may have deeply disrupted early human life. Opponents of the hypothesis argue that the evidence is not strong enough. They believe the climate change could have been caused by natural Earth cycles, ocean changes, or volcanic activity. They point out that there is no large crater from this period, which would normally confirm an impact. However, supporters respond that a comet, made mostly of ice, could have exploded in the atmosphere or over a glacier-covered area, leaving little trace. One candidate site is in Greenland, where scientists recently found a buried crater under the Hiawatha Glacier. It is about 31 kilometers wide and lies beneath more than a kilometer of ice. Some believe this could be the impact site, but dating the crater has proven difficult, and we still do not know exactly when it was formed. Religious and mythological stories from ancient civilizations may also hold clues. Several cultures speak of a great fire in the sky or a flood that changed the world. In North America, some Native American legends describe a blazing object falling from the heavens. In ancient Middle Eastern texts, including early Sumerian and biblical writings, there are accounts of sudden destruction or global upheaval. Some researchers suggest that these might be memories of a real, ancient catastrophe. The mystery deepens when we look at global wildfire evidence. Layers of ancient soil show high levels of charcoal, indicating that massive fires broke out around the same time. These fires would have filled the skies with smoke and ash, blocking sunlight and cooling the planet. This would explain the sudden return of glaciers and freezing temperatures. The younger Dryas lasted for about 1,200 years. Then, just as suddenly, it ended. The Earth began to warm again, and human civilization slowly began to rise. Farming began in places like the Fertile Crescent. Villages formed. The first steps towards cities were taken. If the impact theory is true, it means that this disaster may have directly led to the birth of modern civilization. Despite the evidence, the younger Dryas impact hypothesis remains unproven. Some scientists support it strongly, while others remain skeptical. New discoveries may one day confirm or reject it, but for now, it stands as one of the most compelling and unsettling theories in recent history. We may never know what truly caused that sudden freeze. Was it a comet exploding above the ice, sending shockwaves through the sky? Or was it a slow shift in ocean currents, disguised as a disaster? What we do know is that something enormous happened, something powerful enough to freeze the world, erase ancient life, and restart the clock of human history. The disappearance of the Clovis culture. In the deserts of New Mexico and the wide plains of North America, ancient stone tools were discovered, buried beside the bones of mammoths. These tools were sharp, shaped with great care, and unlike anything seen before. They belonged to a people we now call the Clovis. They were once spread across much of the continent. Then, suddenly, they were gone. Their disappearance remains one of the most unsettling mysteries of the Ice Age. The Clovis culture is named after the town of Clovis in New Mexico, where archaeologists in the 1930s uncovered spear points made of stone. These Clovis points were long and finely crafted, designed for piercing the thick hides of large animals. Nearby were the fossilized remains of extinct megafauna like mammoths and mastodons. Radiocarbon dating placed the artifacts at around 13,000 years ago. At the time, many scientists believed the Clovis were the first humans to enter the Americas. Clovis people were hunter-gatherers. They likely crossed from Siberia into Alaska using a land bridge known as Beringia, which existed when sea levels were lower during the Ice Age. From there, they spread quickly across the continent, reaching as far south as Mexico and possibly beyond. They lived in small groups, used fire, built simple shelters, and relied on the great herds of Ice Age animals for food and tools. Their presence is marked by hundreds of Clovis sites across North America. Then, within a short period, they disappeared. This disappearance is strange because it does not follow a gradual decline. Instead, the Clovis culture vanishes from the archaeological record around 12,800 years ago. There are no more Clovis tools, no signs of their camps or hunting grounds, and no clear trace of where they went. Several theories have been proposed, but none have solved the mystery completely. One explanation is the extinction of their prey. During the same period the Clovis vanished, many large animals also disappeared. Mammoths, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, and Ice Age horses all went extinct. These animals had lived for thousands of years alongside humans, and suddenly they were gone. If Clovis people relied heavily on hunting these large animals, their disappearance could have led to a collapse in food supply. However, Clovis were known to be adaptable. It seems unlikely that food loss alone would wipe out an entire culture that spanned a continent. Another possibility is rapid climate change. The end of the Clovis period coincides with the younger Dryas, a sudden return to near glacial conditions around 12,800 years ago. This cooling event reversed the warming trend that followed the Ice Age and lasted over 1,000 years. It brought droughts, changed plant life, and disrupted animal migrations. For people dependent on stable environments and predictable prey, the younger Dryas would have been a devastating shock. Still, other cultures survived through this time, which raises questions about why Clovis specifically disappeared. A more dramatic theory involves a cosmic impact. Some scientists believe that a comet or asteroid struck Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering wildfires, darkening the skies, and causing massive ecological disruption. Evidence for this includes a black layer of soil rich in carbon and rare elements like iridium found at Clovis sites. This so-called black mat appears above the layers where Clovis tools are found and below those of later cultures. If true, such an impact could have killed animals, destroyed habitats, and caused famine and chaos among early humans. This theory remains controversial and is still debated among experts. There is also the idea of cultural transformation. It is possible that the Clovis people did not vanish, but instead changed their ways and became part of other emerging cultures. After Clovis, new tool traditions appeared, like the Folsom culture, which used smaller and differently shaped points. These newer tools suggest a shift in hunting strategies, possibly aimed at smaller game or adapted to new environments. The transition may have been gradual, with Clovis people evolving their lifestyle rather than being wiped out, but the change in tools is so sharp that many researchers still see it as a break rather than a continuation. Recent archaeological finds have also complicated the picture. Sites like Monte Verde in Chile and Buttermilk Creek in Texas show signs of human life even older than Clovis. These discoveries suggest that Clovis were not the first Americans after all, but one part of a larger and older migration. If people were already living in the Americas before Clovis, then the rise and fall of Clovis becomes even more mysterious. Why did their culture rise so suddenly and spread so widely, only to vanish so quickly? The disappearance of the Clovis culture remains unsolved. It is likely the result of many factors coming together at once. Climate shifts, food shortages, changing landscapes, or even social change could all have played a role. Still, the silence they left behind feels unusual. No direct descendants can be clearly traced. No stories survive to explain their fate. Only the stone tools remain, buried in the earth, quiet and sharp. Today, the Clovis mystery is still studied. New technology like DNA analysis, satellite imagery, and advanced dating methods are helping researchers look deeper into the past. But so far, the exact reason for the disappearance remains hidden. In a world where civilizations come and go, the story of the Clovis stands out for its speed and silence. Their disappearance may not be about one dramatic moment. It might be about how fragile cultures can be when the world around them changes too fast. The Clovis left no monuments, no written records, and no final words. Just perfect stone points lying in the dirt, still sharp enough to cut through time. The black mat layer mystery. Why is there a strange dark layer of Earth buried in soil across 2 continents? What happened 13,000 years ago that left a thin black line across North America, filled with burned plants, shattered bones, and ancient dust no one can fully explain? This mystery is known as the black mat layer. It is a dark, carbon-rich band of sediment found just beneath the surface in many archaeological and geological sites. Scientists discovered it while studying ancient fossils and human settlements. Wherever the black mat appears, it seems to mark the same period in history, around 12,800 years ago. That was the time of the younger Dryas, a sudden return to cold temperatures after the Earth had been warming up. This period changed the world. Temperatures dropped, species vanished, and entire cultures disappeared. But the black mat raises a deeper question. What caused this sudden and violent change? The layer itself is very thin, usually only a few centimeters thick, but it stretches over thousands of kilometers. It has been found in places like Murray Springs in Arizona, Gainey in Michigan, and Topper in South Carolina. Similar dark bands have been reported as far as Syria and Belgium. It is made of fine carbon, magnetic particles, melted glassy beads, and sometimes nanodiamonds. That means extremely high temperatures were involved. But there are no known volcanoes or local fires that could have caused this. One of the most important facts about the black mat is that it sits directly on top of the last known remains of Ice Age animals, like mammoths, mastodons, and saber-toothed cats. These creatures vanish from the fossil record just below the layer. Above it, they are gone. Human tools from the Clovis culture, once common, also disappear after this point. Some archaeologists believe that a huge extinction event happened, and the black mat marks the exact moment it took place. This led to a bold theory. In 2007, a group of scientists proposed that a comet or fragments of a comet exploded over North America around 12,800 years ago. This idea is called the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis. They believe the explosion released enough energy to cause massive fires, sudden climate cooling, and the death of many species. The melted beads and nanodiamonds in the black mat could have formed from that intense heat. The impact would also explain the mysterious disappearance of the Clovis people and the sudden return of glacial conditions. But the theory is controversial. Many scientists accept that the black mat layer exists and that it marks a dramatic change in the Earth's history. But they argue about the cause. Some believe that natural climate changes caused the Younger Dryas, and that the black mat was formed by regular wildfires or shifts in plant growth due to cooler conditions. Others point to evidence of large floods, such as those in the Pacific Northwest, caused by melting ice dams that reshaped the land. But these ideas cannot fully explain the unique materials found in the layer, like nanodiamonds and magnetic spherules. One of the most eerie parts of this story is that the black mat is not just made of soil. In some places, it contains charcoal, burned bones, and signs of widespread fire. The idea of a fiery sky, with explosions lighting up the horizon, fits ancient stories told by Native American tribes. Some legends speak of a time when the sky fell, the land burned, and the great animals vanished. Could these be memories of a real event passed down for thousands of years? Another part of the puzzle is the sudden decline of human populations. The Clovis culture was one of the earliest known groups in North America, famous for their sharp stone tools. Their artifacts are found below the black mat. But above it, their tools are no longer seen. Did they die out in the catastrophe? Or were they forced to change their way of life so much that they became unrecognizable to archaeologists? Today, the debate continues. Some researchers keep finding new sites with black mat layers, looking for clues in the soil. Others search for traces of the comet in Greenland ice cores or the ocean floor. The mystery remains because the evidence is real, but incomplete. A black layer in the Earth, stretching across continents, marking the death of creatures and the end of an age. The black mat is more than just a line in the ground. It is a fingerprint from the past. Something happened at that moment in history that changed everything. We do not know if it came from the sky, from the earth itself, or from a chain of events still unknown to science. But we know it left a mark so deep and so dark that it can still be seen today. And as long as we can see it, we will keep asking what caused it. Because the earth remembers what we have forgotten. The ice-free corridor controversy. Beneath the towering glaciers of the ancient world, a narrow path may have once offered the only way into a frozen continent. For decades, scientists believed this corridor was the gateway to the Americas. But newer discoveries are now challenging everything we thought we knew. The ice-free corridor is a debated migration route that may have opened between two massive ice sheets during the end of the last ice age. Around 18,000 years ago, most of Canada and parts of the northern United States were buried beneath two enormous glaciers, the Laurentide ice sheet in the east and the Cordilleran ice sheet in the west. These ice walls stretched thousands of kilometers across, making travel nearly impossible. But as the Earth slowly began to warm, these sheets started to melt. Sometime around 13,000 years ago, scientists believe a corridor of land opened up between these two shrinking glaciers. This land, running roughly from present-day Alaska through parts of Alberta and into the central United States, may have offered the first route for humans to move south into the interior of North America. Early archaeologists believed this corridor was used by the Clovis people, one of the earliest known cultures in North America. The Clovis culture is known for its distinctive spear points and tools, found in many parts of the continent. These tools date back to about 13,000 years ago, which seem to fit perfectly with the timing of the ice-free corridor. According to this theory, humans crossed the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia into Alaska during the last ice age, and once the glaciers melted enough, they walked south through the corridor into the Americas. For a long time, this explanation was widely accepted. It was simple, logical, and matched the evidence known at the time. But then new discoveries began to emerge that did not fit the timeline. In southern Chile, at a site called Monte Verde, archaeologists uncovered clear signs of human settlement that were dated to at least 14,500 years ago. That is over 1,000 years before the corridor would have been passable. Similar early dates were found at Bluefish Caves in Yukon and in parts of the southeastern United States. If people were living that far south before the corridor was open, they could not have used it to get there. This created a major problem for the traditional model. Scientists began to wonder if the corridor theory was flawed or incomplete. One alternative explanation is the coastal migration theory. This theory suggests that instead of waiting for an inland corridor to open, early humans followed the Pacific coastline south. During the Ice Age, sea levels were much lower, and much of the continental shelf was exposed. People may have walked along the shore or used small boats to move down the coast, surviving on seafood and plant life. This idea is supported by archaeological finds in coastal regions like California and British Columbia, where ancient settlements and tools suggest early human activity. However, many of these ancient coastal sites are now underwater, which makes them difficult to find and study. Still, the theory offers a possible explanation for how humans reached the southern parts of the Americas before the corridor existed. Meanwhile, studies of the ice-free corridor itself have shown that it may not have been as welcoming as once believed. Even after the ice melted, the land would have been barren, with little food or shelter. Some scientists argue that it did not become a viable route until much later, after plants and animals had returned. Radiocarbon dating of bones and soil samples suggest that the corridor may not have been fully habitable until around 12,000 years ago, making it unlikely as the first path of migration. Genetic studies of ancient human remains have also added to the controversy. DNA evidence shows that Native American populations likely descend from a common ancestor group from Siberia. but the genetic markers suggest complex patterns of migration, possibly involving multiple waves of people entering the continent through different routes at different times. Some of these markers appear earlier than expected, adding weight to the coastal migration theory. The ice-free corridor controversy is more than just a debate about geography. It reshapes our understanding of how humans adapted, survived, and explored in one of the most difficult environments on Earth. It challenges long-held assumptions and shows how new evidence can completely change the story we thought we understood. Some researchers still believe the corridor was used, perhaps not as the first route, but as a later highway for expanding populations. Others argue that the real first Americans came by sea, long before the glaciers retreated. Some suggest both routes were used at different times by different groups. Despite the growing evidence, the mystery remains open. The ice-free corridor still exists today, marked by valleys and rivers carved by ancient ice. But its role in the human story is uncertain. Was it truly a passage into a new world, or just a frozen dead end in our search for origin? As we uncover more sites, test more DNA, and dive deeper beneath the waves and glaciers, we may one day know the full truth. Until then, the ice-free corridor remains a silent witness to a journey no one alive remembers, but whose path may still be buried in the land itself. The submerged land of Doggerland. In the cold waters between Britain and mainland Europe lies a forgotten world beneath the sea. It is not a myth or a legend. It is a real place once filled with rivers, forests, animals, and human life. Today, it is known as Doggerland, and it may be one of the most haunting lost landscapes in human history. Doggerland was a vast stretch of land that connected what is now the United Kingdom to Denmark, the Netherlands, and parts of Germany. During the last ice age, sea levels were much lower than they are today. Water was locked in massive glaciers that covered large parts of the northern world. As a result, the North Sea basin was dry land, rich in wildlife and home to early humans. Doggerland was not just a narrow strip. It was a wide and fertile region stretching over hundreds of kilometers, filled with lakes, rivers, hills, and valleys. It has even been called the real Atlantis of the North. For thousands of years, humans lived in Doggerland. Archaeological evidence suggests that people hunted reindeer, mammoths, and other animals that once roamed its plains. They gathered plants, made tools, built shelters, and likely formed small communities. They would have seen the sky change with the seasons and watched the ice retreat as the climate slowly warmed. Life in Doggerland was likely harsh, but it was also sustainable. People adapted to their world and passed down their knowledge through generations, but something terrible was coming. Around 10,000 years ago, the Ice Age began to end. Glaciers melted, and sea levels started to rise. Slowly, the rivers of Doggerland swelled. Lakes turned into marshes. Marshes turned into shallow seas. The people of Doggerland may not have noticed at first. The changes would have seemed small. But over generations, the land was shrinking. By around 6,000 years ago, most of Doggerland had disappeared beneath the water. One of the most dramatic events linked to this submersion is known as the Storegga Slide. Around 8,200 years ago, a massive underwater landslide occurred off the coast of Norway. It triggered a giant tsunami that swept across the North Sea. The waves hit Doggerland and the surrounding coasts with immense force. Some scientists believe this tsunami may have wiped out entire communities and destroyed what little land remained. It may have been the final blow that turned a fading world into a drowned memory. Fishermen in the North Sea have known about the strange remains for a long time. While dragging their nets, they sometimes pull up bones, antlers, and tools from beneath the sea. These remains belong to animals and humans that once lived on solid ground. Archaeologists and marine scientists have studied these finds and mapped the ancient land using sonar and sediment analysis. The results show old river paths, lake beds, and even areas that may have once been forested hills. Despite these discoveries, many mysteries remain. We still do not fully know how people in Doggerland reacted to the rising waters. Did they migrate inland as the sea closed in? Did they fight to stay, building temporary settlements on shrinking islands? Did some of them perish in the Great Tsunami? The silence of the sea keeps these answers hidden. No written records exist. Only fragments of tools, bones, and forgotten coastlines tell us what might have happened. Some researchers believe that stories of ancient floods found in myth and religion may have roots in events like the drowning of Doggerland. In many cultures, there are tales of great waters swallowing the land, the Mesopotamian flood myth, the story of Noah in the Bible, and other ancient texts speak of rising seas and divine warnings. While these stories are not direct evidence, they remind us that early human memory was shaped by dramatic environmental changes. The sinking of Doggerland may have left deep marks in the collective human mind. There is also a warning buried in the story of Doggerland. It shows how powerful and slow forces like climate change can reshape the world. The people of Doggerland lived on their land for thousands of years. They saw it change slowly at first, and then more rapidly as the seas rose. In the end, the world they knew disappeared beneath the waves. It did not happen overnight, but it was unstoppable. Today, as sea levels rise again due to modern climate shifts, the story of Doggerland feels less like distant history and more like a reflection. Cities near the coasts may one day face the same fate. Land that seems permanent may vanish. People may once again have to move as the sea returns to places it once claimed. The submerged land of Doggerland is not just a lost place. It is a reminder of how fragile human life is when facing the power of nature. Beneath the waves of the North Sea lies a drowned world where people once lived and dreamed. They left behind no monuments, no cities, and no words, but their bones and tools still whisper from the seafloor, telling us that they were here and that their world ended in silence. The sea does not forget, it only hides. And somewhere under those dark waters, the final stories of Doggerland remain untold. The Enigma of Lake Vostok, beneath Antarctic ice. What lies hidden under 2 miles of solid Antarctic ice, untouched for over 20 million years? Could an ancient ecosystem, or even something unknown to science, be waiting in the darkness below? Lake Vostok is one of the largest subglacial lakes on Earth, buried beneath more than 4 kilometers of ice, in the heart of East Antarctica. The lake is roughly the size of Lake Ontario, and has been sealed off from the atmosphere for millions of years. It is a place completely cut off from the outside world. There is no sunlight, no oxygen from the surface, no modern life, and yet, scientists believe it may still hold life forms. If it does, they would have evolved in total isolation, under immense pressure, in complete darkness, and in temperatures just below freezing. The existence of this lake has puzzled scientists and explorers since it was first suspected in the 1950s. But it was not until the 1990s, using radar and satellite imaging, that researchers confirmed its massive size and unique structure. Lake Vostok is part of a hidden world beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. There are more than 300 such lakes, but Vostok is the largest and deepest. It lies beneath Russia's Vostok Station, one of the coldest inhabited places on Earth, where temperatures have dropped below -80 degrees Celsius. What makes Lake Vostok truly mysterious is not just its location, but its preservation. Geothermal heat from the Earth's interior keeps the water from freezing solid, even under all that ice. This creates a strange alien environment. The lake may contain microbes or organisms that have never been exposed to modern Earth. If true, they could offer clues to life on other planets, where sunlight does not reach, such as the oceans beneath the ice crusts of Europa or Enceladus, moons of Jupiter and Saturn. In 2012, Russian scientists finally drilled into the lake after decades of effort. They used a special kerosene lubricant to keep the hole from freezing, but this raised concerns. Many researchers feared that the chemical could contaminate the untouched waters below. When the drilling was completed, water samples were collected and studies began. What they found shocked the scientific world. The water contained strange microbial DNA sequences. Some of these were similar to known bacteria, but others were completely unfamiliar. One sample had DNA that did not match any known organism. The scientists who studied it claimed it might be a new form of life. Others were more cautious, suggesting contamination or errors. But the mystery deepened. Why would unknown DNA appear in such a pure and ancient place? In 2015, another sample revealed a bacterium with only 86% similarity to any known species. In genetic terms, that is a huge difference. It would mean this organism has been evolving separately for an extremely long time. Still, no one could confirm the results with certainty. Replication attempts gave mixed outcomes, and debate followed. Some scientists questioned whether the samples were truly from the lake, or if the drilling process had damaged their purity. As a result, many call for cleaner and more careful exploration before making bold claims. Adding to the enigma, some researchers believe the lake might contain larger life forms. There are ancient theories about creatures hidden in the deep. Of course, these are not taken seriously in modern science, but the idea that such a huge, lightless, isolated body of water could host only microbes seems oddly narrow. Some speculate about tube worms, fish-like creatures, or even unknown forms of life that do not rely on sunlight but on chemical energy, like those found near hydrothermal vents in the deep ocean. So far, no such life has been discovered, but the possibility keeps researchers curious. There is also a strange historical element tied to Lake Vostok. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union maintained secretive operations in Antarctica. Some conspiracy theories suggest that Russian scientists might have found something unusual under the ice and kept it hidden. While these ideas are often dismissed, they add to the sense of mystery surrounding the lake. There have even been claims of magnetic anomalies near Vostok Station, where compasses behave strangely and instruments detect unusual readings. Some say this points to unusual geology beneath the lake. Others imagine hidden structures or ancient secrets frozen in time. Despite all this attention, very little of the lake has actually been explored. Most of it remains sealed, dark, and untouched. Technology is still catching up to the challenge of safely reaching such depths without contamination. Plans are underway to use robotic probes that can melt through the ice, enter the lake, and return data without polluting the environment. But progress is slow, and each year the mystery grows deeper. Lake Vostok is not just a body of water. It is a time capsule from Earth's distant past. It is a place where the rules of biology and geology might be different. It may hold secrets about life before humans ever walked the planet, or perhaps about life beyond Earth. Until we know more, all we have is silence. Cold, deep, and ancient silence that has lasted for millions of years. A silence that might be hiding something we are not ready to find. The Megafauna extinction in North America. Across the ancient grasslands and frozen plains of North America, giant creatures once ruled the land. Mammoths walked beside mastodons, saber-toothed cats hunted giant ground sloths, and enormous bison thundered across the open wilderness. But suddenly, in a short window of time, nearly all of them vanished. Their bones were left behind, but the reason for their disappearance remains one of the greatest mysteries in science. The term megafauna refers to large animals, typically weighing over 1,000 pounds. During the last ice age, North America was home to an extraordinary range of these massive creatures. Woolly mammoths stood over 13 feet tall. The American mastodon resembled an elephant with straight tusks. The short-faced bear was twice the size of a modern grizzly. Even birds like the giant teratorn, with a wingspan up to 16 feet, soared through the skies. Most of these species disappeared between 13,000 and 10,000 years ago. That period marks the end of the Pleistocene epoch and the beginning of the Holocene, the time in which we live today. Over 35 species of large animals in North America alone went extinct during that transition. The mystery lies in how quickly it happened and why. One major theory points to climate change. As the Ice Age ended, global temperatures rose sharply, glaciers melted, sea levels rose, and the landscape transformed. Habitats that supported Ice Age megafauna disappeared or shifted. Grasslands became forests, and cold steppes turned into wetlands. Many scientists believe that the megafauna could not adapt fast enough to the changing environment. However, critics of this idea argue that these animals had already survived many climate shifts over thousands of years. They had weathered colder and warmer periods before. What made this change so different? Why did so many species die off in such a short time, especially when smaller animals like deer, elk, and wolves survived? That brings us to the second major theory: human activity. Around the same time the extinctions occurred, humans were spreading rapidly across North America. These were the ancestors of Native American tribes, skilled hunters armed with stone-tipped spears and advanced tracking knowledge. The Clovis culture, in particular, is known for its distinctive fluted spear points and widespread presence across the continent. Supporters of the human overkill hypothesis argue that early humans hunted megafauna to extinction. Sites like the Murray Springs in Arizona and the Olson Chubbuck site in Colorado show clear evidence of large-scale bison hunts. At these places, bones of dozens or even hundreds of animals were found alongside human tools. The idea is that once people discovered how to efficiently hunt these large animals, populations crashed faster than they could reproduce. But this theory also has problems. Some extinction events occurred in areas with little or no sign of human presence. Others suggest that hunting alone would not be enough to wipe out so many species so quickly. Instead, a combination of pressures may be responsible. A third possibility links the extinction to a sudden catastrophe. The younger Dryas impact hypothesis proposes that a comet or meteor struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago. This event could have triggered massive fires, blocked sunlight, and plunged the planet into a brief return of glacial conditions. Evidence for this includes a strange layer of soil found in North America containing microspherules, nanodiamonds, and unusually high levels of platinum, all signs of an impact or explosion. If true, such a disaster could have devastated megafauna populations already weakened by hunting and climate stress. Some researchers suggest this would also explain the disappearance of the Clovis culture around the same time. However, this impact theory remains highly debated and lacks a confirmed crater or direct proof. Adding to the complexity, the extinction pattern was not the same across the world. In Africa and parts of Asia, large animals like elephants, rhinos, and hippos survived. This has led some scientists to believe that animals in those regions evolved alongside humans for longer and learned to fear them. In contrast, the megafauna of North America had no time to adapt to the sudden arrival of skilled human hunters. Recent advances in ancient DNA research and radiocarbon dating have helped refine the timeline. Many extinctions seem to cluster around specific periods of rapid environmental change. But even with modern tools, the question remains open. The extinction of the megafauna in North America is not just a story of the distant past. It has deep connections to our present. It shows how quickly ecosystems can collapse and how human activity, even in small populations, can alter the natural world forever. It also reminds us that we are not separate from the planet's history. We are part of it. The creatures that once roamed this land left no voice, only fossils. Their story must be told through the land, the bones, and the silence they left behind. And somewhere, buried under layers of soil and time, the final clue may still be waiting the answer to why giants fell in a land that once belonged to them. The mysterious Meltwater Pulse, 1A. What if the oceans rose more than 20 meters in less than 500 years? What kind of force could cause the sea to flood entire coastlines across the planet, wiping out land and changing the shape of the Earth itself? Around 14,600 years ago, something powerful happened. It was a sudden and massive rise in global sea levels. Scientists call it Meltwater Pulse 1A. It is one of the most dramatic climate events in Earth's recent history, and still today, it remains deeply mysterious. Meltwater Pulse 1A refers to a period during the end of the last ice age, when sea levels suddenly rose by more than 20 meters. This event took place during a time called the Bulling-Allerode warming period, a brief moment of rapid climate warming after a long glacial phase. According to current data, the oceans rose very quickly during this event, possibly as fast as 5 centimeters per year. In climate science, that speed is terrifying. To understand how this happened, we need to look at the conditions of the planet during the end of the Ice Age. At that time, large parts of North America, Europe, and Asia were covered in thick ice sheets. These glaciers stored huge amounts of water. As global temperatures began to rise, these ice sheets started to melt. Most of the melt was slow, spread out over thousands of years. But during Meltwater Pulse 1A, something different happened. Ice melted all at once, releasing trillions of gallons of fresh water into the oceans in a short span of time. Where did all this water come from so suddenly? That is where the mystery begins. There are several theories, and each one leads to more questions. One possibility is that the giant ice sheets in North America and Europe collapsed rapidly. The Laurentide ice sheet in North America is one of the main suspects. It covered much of Canada and parts of the northern United States. If a large section of that ice suddenly gave way, it could have sent a massive surge of water into the oceans. But the exact mechanism of such a collapse is still unclear. Another candidate is Antarctica. Some studies suggest that parts of the West Antarctic ice sheet may have melted faster than previously believed. If large portions of Antarctica suddenly released meltwater into the Southern Ocean, it could help explain the global nature of the sea level rise. However, there is still debate about whether Antarctica played a major or minor role in this event. Greenland is also mentioned in the discussion, but the size of its ice sheet at that time was likely too small to account for the massive amount of water involved. So the question continues: which ice sheets were responsible, and what caused them to collapse so quickly? One proposed idea is that warming temperatures alone were not enough. Some scientists suggest that once melting began, it triggered feedback loops. As the surface of the ice darkened with meltwater, it absorbed more sunlight, which caused faster melting. Meltwater could have also flowed underneath the ice sheets, acting like a lubricant, making them slide faster into the ocean. In this scenario, a slow melt could turn into a fast collapse. There is also the possibility of a massive glacial lake outburst. During the Ice Age, large meltwater lakes formed at the edges of ice sheets. If the natural dams holding these lakes failed, they could release a huge amount of water in a short time. One of the most famous examples is Lake Agassiz in North America. Some researchers believe that a sudden drainage from Lake Agassiz may have contributed to Meltwater Pulse 1A, but the timing is still debated. The global impact of Meltwater Pulse 1A was enormous. Coastlines were redrawn, low-lying areas were swallowed by the sea. Human populations living near rivers and coasts may have been forced to migrate. Though written records did not exist at that time, oral traditions and legends of ancient floods might carry echoes of this event. Many cultures across the world have stories of rising waters and lost lands. These stories, passed down for generations, could reflect real memories of ancient climate events. In modern times, the study of Meltwater Pulse 1A has become more urgent. As global temperatures rise again, scientists are watching ice sheets closely. Greenland is melting rapidly. West Antarctica is showing signs of instability. Sea levels are rising at rates not seen in thousands of years. By studying past events like Meltwater Pulse 1A, researchers hope to understand what could happen if today's ice sheets collapse. The comparison is chilling. If a similar event occurred today, it would flood major cities around the world and displace hundreds of millions of people. Despite decades of research, many questions remain unanswered. The source of the water, the exact speed of the rise, and the mechanisms that triggered the collapse are still under investigation. The mystery lies not only in what happened, but in how little warning the planet gave before everything changed. Meltwater Pulse 1A is not just a number on a climate chart. It is a reminder that the Earth can shift suddenly and without mercy. It shows how ice, water, and temperature can reshape the world in ways humans cannot control. It teaches us that the past is not just behind us. Sometimes it is a mirror of what may come again, and as the ice melts once more, we are left wondering whether the next pulse has already begun. The human footprints at White Sands. In a place where nothing should remain, human footprints walk across ancient lakebeds like ghosts frozen in time. Beneath layers of sediment, deep within the shifting white sands of New Mexico, a discovery changed everything we thought we knew about early human history in the Americas. These are not modern tracks. They are fossilized footprints, preserved in the soft earth of what was once a vast wetland during the Ice Age. Found in White Sands National Park, these tracks stretch across fields and disappear into ancient ground. For decades, scientists have studied scattered remains and debated how and when humans first reached the Americas. The most accepted theory was that people crossed the Bering Land Bridge from Asia into North America around 13,000 years ago, moving south through an ice-free corridor. But the footprints at White Sands do not follow this timeline. In 2021, researchers published a stunning finding. Radiocarbon dating of seeds embedded directly above and below the footprints placed them between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. If accurate, that would mean humans were walking across North America at the height of the last glacial maximum, when massive ice sheets covered much of the continent and the climate was harsh and unforgiving. This changed the entire story of migration. It meant that humans did not just arrive earlier than believed. They survived during a time thought nearly uninhabitable. The footprints themselves tell a quiet but powerful story. There are hundreds of them, belonging to adults, teenagers, and even small children. Some trails stretch for over a mile. Some show signs of slipping, of carrying loads, of walking side by side. One set even suggests a child was carried for part of the journey, then set down again. Others intersect with ancient tracks of giant ground sloths and mammoths, suggesting these humans shared the landscape with creatures now extinct. The prints capture a single moment in time, and yet they speak across millennia. How were these footprints preserved for so long? During the Ice Age, this region of New Mexico was a playa lake, a shallow body of water that would seasonally dry and refill. When the ground was wet, humans walked across the soft surface, leaving deep impressions. Over time, layers of sediment, salt, and clay filled and covered the tracks, protecting them from erosion. As wind and weather slowly uncovered the ancient surface, the footprints emerged like whispers from the past. The dating process was difficult and remains controversial. Scientists use seeds from the aquatic plant Rupia serosa, found in direct contact with the footprints. Radiocarbon dating of these seeds placed the tracks much older than any known human site in North America. Critics argue that the seeds could have been contaminated or moved from older layers, casting doubt on the results. Other archaeologists demand more evidence from tools, bones, or dwellings to support such an early presence. But defenders of the research point to the clarity of the stratigraphy, the context of the prints, and the repeating accuracy of the seed dates. If true, these footprints are the oldest known direct evidence of human activity in the Americas. This discovery challenges more than just timelines. It questions how early people lived, how they adapted to the Ice Age world, and how they might have spread across continents much earlier than believed. Some researchers now look again at other controversial sites like the Gault site in Texas or Monte Verde in Chile with fresh eyes. Maybe early migration was not one single wave, but a long and complex process, with humans arriving in waves long before the great glaciers began to retreat. But the footprints also stir something deeper. They are not broken tools or fossilized bones. They are impressions left by people in motion, people who once laughed, stumbled, carried their young, and moved through a world that was both wild and freezing. There is a closeness in these tracks that no artifact can replace. They are proof of life lived in real time, under conditions we once believed too extreme for human survival. Even now, the sands continue to shift. More tracks are being discovered, some of animals, some of people, some so faint they can only be seen under specific moisture and light conditions. Each one adds a detail to a story still being written. The National Park Service and scientists are working to protect and study these rare finds before nature erases them again. The footprints at White Sands are silent, but they speak of forgotten lives. They suggest that humans did not simply follow the path of least resistance. They adapted, endured, and explored long before they were supposed to. And while debates continue in scientific circles, the tracks remain still and present in the earth. In the end, the most haunting truth may be this: the people who made those footprints walked across that ancient land, never knowing that one day, thousands of years later, someone would find the exact steps they took. They left no names, no written words, only the shape of their passing. And yet, their presence still lingers, marked in dust and time. The Monte Verde site in Chile. How could humans have reached the far edge of South America before the supposed gateway to the continent was even open? What did they know that modern science still struggles to explain? The Monte Verde site in southern Chile has become one of the most important archaeological discoveries in the world. It is a quiet patch of land near the Chinchihuapi Creek, but beneath its soil lies evidence that challenges everything we thought we knew about the first people in the Americas. According to traditional theories, humans crossed into North America from Siberia over the Bering Land Bridge around 13,000 years ago. Then they slowly moved south through an opening between two massive ice sheets, known as the Ice-Free Corridor. But Monte Verde tells a different story. In the late 1970s, a group of researchers led by archaeologist Tom Dillehay discovered traces of an ancient settlement at Monte Verde. At first, they found bits of stone tools and bones, but soon more emerged. Remains of wooden structures, rope made from plants, chunks of meat, and even preserved footprints began to appear from the ground. This was not a random collection of debris. It was a real, established camp where people had lived, worked, and survived. The most shocking part came when radiocarbon dating revealed the age of the site. The materials found at Monte Verde were over 14,500 years old. That meant people had been living in Chile at least 1,000 years before the ice-free corridor was open for travel. The discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific world. Many scholars at the time were skeptical. The Clovis first theory dominated the field. According to that model, the Clovis culture represented the first human presence in the Americas. Their spear points and tools had been found all over North America and dated to around 13,000 years ago. Monte Verde did not fit this timeline, but Dillehay's careful research, combined with dozens of independent studies, slowly convinced the wider community. By the late 1990s, Monte Verde was widely accepted as proof that humans reached South America much earlier than previously believed. But this raised a bigger question. If they did not come through the ice-free corridor, how did they get there? One leading idea is the coastal migration theory. During the last ice age, sea levels were much lower than today. Land that is now submerged was once dry. Early humans could have followed the Pacific coastline, moving south from Alaska along the edge of the continent. This route would have provided fish, seaweed, and shellfish for food, as well as shelter in coastal caves and forests. Unfortunately, many of the ancient coastal sites that could support this theory are now underwater due to rising sea levels after the Ice Age. That makes them hard to find and study. Still, archaeological evidence from places like Channel Islands in California and sites in British Columbia suggests that early humans had the knowledge and tools to survive in such environments. Monte Verde supports this idea because it is located far from the center of traditional Clovis sites. It shows signs of a culture that relied on local plants, marine resources, and simple tools. The people who lived there were not primitive. They built wooden platforms, chewed medicinal plants, and hunted small animals. Some of the meat found at the site included mastodon, suggesting they interacted with Ice Age megafauna as well. Another reason Monte Verde is so important is the way it changed scientific thinking. It showed that human migration was not a single path or a simple event. It may have involved many routes and different groups, arriving at different times. Some came by land, others by sea. Some stayed in the north, while others moved rapidly to the south. Later discoveries have added more layers to this picture. Sites like Pedra Furada in Brazil and Bluefish Caves in Yukon have shown possible evidence of even earlier human presence. But Monte Verde remains one of the clearest and most solid examples. Its preservation was helped by a peat bog that kept organic materials from decaying, offering a rare look into a world that usually disappears over time. Today, Monte Verde is a protected area. The exact location is not widely accessible to the public to prevent damage. Researchers continue to study the site, looking for clues in the soil, the tools, and the bones. The people who lived there left no written records, but their footprints remain in the mud, frozen in time. They challenge us to rethink what we know about human history. They remind us that history is not always written by the strongest or the loudest, but sometimes by the quiet survival of a small group in a faraway land. The mystery of Monte Verde is not just about how people got to Chile. It is about the speed, intelligence, and adaptability of early humans. They were not slow wanderers. They were explorers who crossed harsh lands, built shelters, and raised families in places no one expected. And if they reached the end of the world so long ago, perhaps the story of human discovery is even older and deeper than we dare to imagine. The prehistoric art of Chauvet Cave deep inside a limestone cliff in southern France. There is a cave that remained untouched for over 30,000 years. Behind its sealed entrance, in total darkness, walls are covered with the marks of human hands and images of animals long extinct. The Chauvet Cave holds some of the oldest and most mysterious artworks ever discovered. The Chauvet Cave, also known as Grotte Chauvet, was found in 1994 by a group of speleologists led by Jean-Marie Chauvet. The cave had been sealed by a rockfall for thousands of years, which helped preserve its contents in remarkable condition. Inside the cave are more than 400 animal drawings, engraved and painted with astonishing detail and skill. Radiocarbon dating shows that many of the artworks were made around 32,000 years ago during the Aurignacian period, a time when modern humans shared the land with Neanderthals and hunted mammoths. What makes the Chauvet art so mysterious is not just its age, but its quality. The drawings show movement, depth, and emotional power. Lions appear to stalk their prey. Horses seem to gallop across the rock face. Rhinos, bears, and bison are drawn with overlapping lines that suggest motion, a technique that would not appear again until thousands of years later. These were not crude symbols or rough sketches. These were images made by people who understood the animals they drew and the surfaces they used. They used natural curves in the cave walls to give their drawings shape and texture. Some used torches or hollowed bones to spray pigment across their hands and leave human silhouettes behind. The cave also holds strange marks and symbols that are harder to explain. Red dots made by fingertips, claw marks from cave bears that lived there before or after the humans, charcoal remnants from torches dropped in the darkness, footprints of a child walking beside a wolf. These details give the cave a sense of life, but also raise difficult questions. Why did they paint these animals here, deep in a cave where no light could reach? What did these images mean to them? One idea is that the cave was used for ritual or religious purposes. Some researchers believe the art was connected to early spiritual beliefs or shamanic practices. The people may have seen the cave as a sacred place where the boundary between the physical world and the spirit world was thin. The animals could have been symbols of power or guides for the soul, but this is only a theory. There are no written records, no spoken stories that survived, only the images on the wall and the silence that surrounds them. Another mystery is the focus on dangerous animals. The cave is full of predators like lions, rhinos, and bears, while herbivores like deer and reindeer are almost absent. This suggests the art was not simply a record of hunting. It may have been about respect, or fear, or something symbolic that we do not understand. These early humans lived in a harsh world where survival was a daily struggle. The animals they painted were not just food. They were forces of nature. What is also remarkable is that the cave seems to have been used more than once. Some of the art dates to 32,000 years ago, while other layers show that people returned around 25,000 years ago. This means that long after the first artists had vanished, others came back and added to the work. Yet the style remained similar, and the purpose may have been shared across generations. The cave held meaning for thousands of years. Scientists and researchers were deeply cautious after the cave was discovered. Because of the fragile nature of the environment, the Chauvet Cave was sealed off to the public. Only a few experts have been allowed to enter, and they must wear protective gear to prevent contamination. To share the experience, a detailed replica of the cave was built nearby, allowing visitors to see the drawings without risking the originals. Despite all our technology and knowledge, many questions about Chauvet Cave remain unanswered. Who were these artists? Why did they go so deep into the earth to create these images? What did they believe about the world they lived in? The silence of the cave does not speak, but the drawings seem to echo with intent. They were made with care, with emotion, and with purpose. But that purpose is lost to time. Today, the Chauvet Cave stands as a monument to the human mind. It shows that art is not a modern invention. It existed long before cities, before farming, even before writing. These early humans were not primitive. They felt awe, fear, love, and beauty. They looked at the animals around them and chose to remember them with lines of charcoal and red ochre in the deepest darkness. The prehistoric art of Chauvet Cave reminds us that even in the oldest parts of our history, people were already creating symbols that reached beyond survival. In those shadowy halls, 30,000 years ago, someone stood with a torch in hand and began to draw. We do not know their name. We do not know their thoughts. But their art remains, watching us quietly from the stone, and in that silence, we feel the presence of a world we have never truly left. The secrets, buried in Greenland ice cores. Beneath the frozen surface of Greenland lies a timeline carved in ice. Each layer is like a silent page, recording not just cold and snow, but violent events, ancient air, and lost climates. These icy layers do not just hold history, they reveal things we were never meant to see. The Greenland ice sheet stretches across more than 2 million square kilometers and is up to 3 kilometers thick. For thousands of years, snowfall has built up year after year, compressing into dense layers of ice. These layers do not melt, they do not shift, they stay in place, trapping tiny bubbles of ancient air, volcanic ash, cosmic dust, and radioactive particles. By drilling deep into this frozen record, scientists can read the story of Earth's past. They can measure ancient temperatures, trace the rise and fall of greenhouse gases, and detect sudden disasters that left their mark in the snow. These samples are called ice cores, and they have revealed secrets that textbooks never taught us. One of the most important discoveries came from the Greenland Ice Core project, known as GRIP, which began in the early 1990s. Drilling deep into the center of the ice sheet, scientists reached back more than 100,000 years into the past. What they found surprised them. The Earth's climate had not always changed slowly. It had sometimes flipped in a matter of years. They found evidence of sudden global cooling events, where temperatures dropped by 10 degrees or more in just a few seasons. These moments are known as Dansgaard-Oeschger events, named after the scientists who studied them. They show that climate can change not over centuries, but in the lifetime of a single generation. Another strange discovery was the presence of tiny layers of volcanic ash. Some were easy to trace, linked to known eruptions like the one at Mount Vesuvius or Krakatoa, but others had no known source. That meant either the volcanoes were lost to time or the eruptions were so distant that they left no other trace. Some layers showed high levels of sulfur and acidity, signs of truly massive explosions. These hidden disasters could have changed weather patterns, damaged crops, and reshaped entire civilizations, all without being recorded in human history. Then came the traces of cosmic dust and radioactive elements. One ice core contained a thin band of elevated beryllium-10, a rare isotope formed when cosmic rays hit Earth's atmosphere. This spike matched a strange cooling period over 12,000 years ago, known as the Younger Dryas. Some scientists believe it points to an impact from a comet or asteroid. Others think it could be the result of a solar storm or a sudden collapse in ocean currents. Whatever the cause, the ice remembers what the surface has long forgotten. But ice cores do not only record disaster, they also preserve air. Tiny bubbles trapped in the layers can be measured to see the levels of carbon dioxide, methane, and other gases in the atmosphere at the time the ice formed. This helps scientists understand the connection between greenhouse gases and global temperature. It proves that today's rising carbon dioxide levels are not part of a normal cycle. They are far higher than anything seen in the past 800,000 years. The ice tells us that what is happening now is new. It is not just part of nature. In recent years, deeper cores have reached even further into the past. The North Greenland Remian Ice Drilling Project, or NEAM, uncovered ice from the last interglacial period, about 120,000 years ago. Back then, temperatures were slightly warmer and sea levels were several meters higher. The ice from that time is thin and fragile, but it still holds signs of how the planet responded to natural warming. It shows that ice sheets can collapse quickly, and oceans can rise faster than we expect. One of the most unsettling questions is whether something is buried even deeper. Some researchers have suggested that ancient viruses, bacteria, or even unknown particles could lie trapped in the oldest layers. If the ice melts and these are released, we do not know what the effects could be. It sounds like science fiction, but it is now part of serious discussions about the risks of thawing permafrost and melting ice sheets. The Greenland ice cores are more than scientific tools. They are time machines. They let us see into an Earth we never knew, with climates more unstable than we imagined and events more violent than history recorded. They show us that change does not always come slowly. Sometimes it falls like a curtain. The frozen heart of Greenland still holds more layers, more secrets, more pages of a book no one has finished reading. As the ice melts from the outside, scientists race to dig deeper into the center. They know time is running out, because once it melts, the story is gone, and there is still so much we do not understand. The sudden end of the last glacial maximum. Why did the world begin to warm so quickly after thousands of years locked in deep cold? What force melted towering ice sheets and flooded ancient valleys in a matter of centuries? The last glacial maximum was the coldest point of the last ice age. It happened around 21,000 years ago when massive ice sheets covered huge parts of North America, Europe, and Asia. Sea levels were lower than today because so much water was trapped in the ice. Forests turned to tundra. Deserts expanded. Human survival was harsh and limited to small regions where conditions were slightly better. Life across the planet had adapted to cold, dry climates. And then, very suddenly, everything began to change. Between 21,000 and about 11,700 years ago, the Earth experienced one of the most rapid and dramatic climate shifts in history. Temperatures rose, ice sheets started melting, sea levels began to climb. The world was entering a new geological epoch called the Holocene, but the speed of this transition still puzzles scientists. What exactly triggered this global thaw? The most widely accepted explanation involves natural changes in Earth's orbit and tilt, known as Milankovitch cycles. These cycles affect how much sunlight different parts of the planet receive over thousands of years. During the last glacial maximum, northern regions received less sunlight due to the Earth's tilt. As the tilt slowly changed, sunlight increased, especially in the northern hemisphere. This helped warm the planet and begin the process of melting glaciers. But this orbital shift alone does not explain how quickly the climate changed. Around 14,700 years ago, a sharp warming event occurred called the Belling-Alerode period. It brought sudden warmth to the northern hemisphere in just a few centuries. Temperatures in Greenland rose by several degrees. Meltwater poured into oceans. Ecosystems transformed rapidly. Then, just as the planet seemed to be warming steadily, the climate swung back. Around 12,800 years ago, a cold period called the Younger Dryas began. Glaciers returned in many areas. The climate became dry and bitter again. This period lasted for about 1,200 years. The return to cold was just as mysterious as the earlier warming. One theory for the Younger Dryas cooling is the sudden release of fresh water into the North Atlantic Ocean. As the ice sheets melted, massive glacial lakes like Lake Agassiz in North America formed along the edge of the retreating ice. If one of these lakes suddenly drained into the ocean, it could have disrupted ocean currents such as the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. These currents move warm water from the tropics toward the poles. If they were weakened or shut down, the result would be rapid cooling. But even this does not fully explain the speed or global reach of these changes. That is why some scientists have proposed more dramatic ideas. One of them is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. This theory suggests that a comet or fragments of a comet struck the Earth about 12,800 years ago. The explosion could have caused massive fires, sent dust into the sky, and triggered sudden cooling. Evidence includes strange soil layers containing platinum, nanodiamonds, and tiny melted glass beads, all signs of high-energy impacts. Whether by orbital shifts, ocean disruption, or cosmic disaster, the sudden end of the last glacial maximum was a turning point in Earth's history. As the glaciers retreated, sea levels rose by over 100 meters. Coastlines changed shape. Lands that had been dry became submerged. Places where humans once lived are now underwater, hidden beneath the seas. The retreat of the ice allowed new ecosystems to flourish. Forests spread, animals migrated, and humans followed. In places like the Fertile Crescent, warming climates made it possible to farm. Agriculture began. Villages grew into towns. Towns grew into cities. Civilizations were born. But the legacy of the last glacial maximum remains in the land itself. In the rocks, in the lakes, in the frozen cores of glaciers that still survive today, the story of the sudden thaw is still being told. Scientists continue to drill ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland. These cores preserve bubbles of ancient air, tiny records of Earth's climate. They reveal that temperature and carbon dioxide levels rose together. As ice melted, the oceans absorbed less carbon dioxide, warming the atmosphere even more. Still, many questions remain. Why did the Belling-Alerode warming happen so quickly? What caused the Younger Dryas cold snap? Why did the Holocene begin with such force? The more we learn, the more complex the picture becomes. Some researchers warn that studying this past event is not just about history. it may help us understand the future. If natural forces once melted the world with shocking speed, what might human-driven climate change unleash? Could another shift happen even faster, triggered by our actions? The sudden end of the last glacial maximum is a reminder that the Earth is not still. Its ice, oceans, and air can change with terrifying speed. The balance that supports life is delicate. A shift in sunlight, a surge of water, or a collision from the sky can rewrite the world in a moment. And while the glaciers are gone, their memory remains in the silence of the frozen ground and in the rising oceans they left behind. The fossil giants of the La Brea tar pits. Beneath the busy streets of modern Los Angeles lies a place where time has stopped. A quiet pool of black tar has been swallowing life for tens of thousands of years. Inside, it has kept the bones of vanished giants frozen in place, as if they never left. The La Brea tar pits are one of the richest fossil sites in the world. Located in Hancock Park in downtown Los Angeles, they have preserved the remains of more than 3 million organisms from the last ice age. The tar pits are not made of actual tar, but a substance called asphalt, a sticky material that naturally seeps from deep underground. For over 50,000 years, this thick black liquid has slowly risen to the surface, forming shallow pools that trap anything unlucky enough to step in. During the Pleistocene epoch, between about 50,000 and 10,000 years ago, Los Angeles was home to many large and powerful animals. These included saber-toothed cats, dire wolves, giant ground sloths, mammoths, mastodons, and even massive birds with wingspans longer than a human is tall. These animals were drawn to the tar pits because they appeared to be water or had prey trapped inside. But once an animal stepped in, escape became nearly impossible. As the animal struggled, its movements only pulled it deeper. Sometimes predators came to feed on the trapped creature and got stuck themselves. This deadly cycle turned the tar pits into natural traps, layer by layer, year after year. The thick asphalt not only held the bones in place, but protected them from air and bacteria. As a result, the fossils found in the La Brea tar pits are among the best preserved in the world. Excavations have revealed over 600 species, including mammals, birds, reptiles, insects, and even ancient plants. But what makes the La Brea tar pits truly famous are the sheer number and size of the fossil giants. More than 2,000 individual saber-toothed cats have been uncovered here. These cats were about the size of a modern lion, but had massive curved canine teeth that could grow over 7 inches long. Over 4,000 dire wolves have also been found. Unlike the gray wolf of today, the dire wolf was larger, stronger, and had powerful jaws designed for crushing bone. Their remains at the site suggest that they hunted in packs and were drawn to the cries of other trapped animals. The site has also yielded bones from over 100 individual mammoths and mastodons. These ancient relatives of elephants once roamed the grassy plains of California. Their massive bones, tusks, and skulls offer a rare glimpse into a time when giants walked side by side with early humans. In fact, one of the most mysterious finds at the La Brea tar pits is a partial human skeleton. The remains belong to a young woman who lived around 9,000 years ago. Next to her bones were those of a domestic dog. Scientists are still debating how she died and whether she fell into the pit or was buried there. Her presence adds a human thread to the long story of these deadly pools. The discovery and study of the La Brea tar pits began in the late 1800s. Early settlers and scientists noticed animal bones sticking out of the black soil. By the early 1900s, organized excavations began under the leadership of the Los Angeles County Museum. Between 1913 and 1915, over 700 fossil crates were removed from just one site called Pit 91. Today, Pit 91 remains one of the most active fossil sites in the world. Scientists continue to dig slowly and carefully, using small tools to uncover bones, piece by piece. Nearby, the Page Museum displays many of the finds, from towering mammoth skeletons to glass cases filled with thousands of dire wolf skulls. What makes the La Brea tar pits so haunting is the story they tell. They are not graves of single accidents, but the result of repeated suffering. Animals that got trapped would have died slowly. Their cries would have brought in more predators who also became stuck. The pits tell of a brutal and unforgiving natural world, where survival often ended in silence beneath a black surface. They also raise questions about extinction. Most of the species found at La Brea disappeared around 11,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. The same questions that surround the extinction of North America's megafauna apply here. Was it due to climate change, human hunting, or a combination of both? The La Brea tar pits preserve more than bones. They preserve the atmosphere of a lost world. The sticky asphalt captured feathers, hair, pollen, and even insect wings. It trapped traces of breath, motion, and struggle. Through these remains, we learn how these animals lived, hunted, and died. Yet for all that they reveal, the tar pits still hide many secrets. New fossils are uncovered every day. New species may still be buried beneath the city. The black pools remain open, quietly watching, silently holding the memories of a time when giants sank into darkness. The Bluefish Caves, Human Presence Debate. In the cold silence of northern Yukon, Canada, a set of small rock shelters has sparked one of the most controversial debates in archaeology. Deep within these caves, researchers found bones scarred by sharp tools. If these marks are real signs of human activity, then everything we thought we knew about the first people in North America may be wrong. The Bluefish Caves are a group of 3 small caves located near the Bluefish River. In the 1970s, archaeologist Jacques Cinq-Mars began excavations there. Over many seasons, his team recovered thousands of bones from extinct Ice Age animals like horses, mammoths, and caribou. Mixed in with these remains were stone tools and cut-marked bones. At first glance, it seemed like strong evidence that humans had been present. But the most shocking claim came when radiocarbon dating revealed that some of the bones were nearly 24,000 years old. This number did not match the accepted history of human arrival in the Americas. For decades, most experts believed that the first humans came to North America around 13,000 years ago through a land corridor from Siberia. This view was based on the Clovis culture, known for its distinctive stone tools found across the continent. But if the Bluefish Caves really contained human-modified bones from 24,000 years ago, it would mean humans were in North America during the height of the last ice age. That would change everything. At the time, many experts were skeptical. Some said the marks on the bones could have been made by natural processes, such as animal bites or the movement of soil. Others said that even if the bones were old, they did not prove humans were living there at that time. The debate became quiet for years, and the Bluefish Caves remained in the shadows of archaeological discussion. Then, in 2017, new research brought the site back into the spotlight. A team led by archaeologist Lorian Bourgeon re-examined the bones using updated technology. They studied the markings under microscopes and compared them with known examples of human-made cuts and natural damage. Their conclusion was clear. At least 15 of the bones showed unmistakable signs of cutting with stone tools. The team also repeated the radiocarbon dating and confirmed the age as around 24,000 years ago. This study reignited the debate. If correct, it meant that humans had reached North America nearly 10,000 years earlier than the Clovis culture. It supported an idea known as the Beringian standstill hypothesis. This theory suggests that early humans crossed from Siberia into Beringia, a now submerged land bridge, and stayed there for thousands of years before moving south into the rest of the continent. The Bluefish Caves could be part of that hidden chapter in human history, but many questions remain. If people were in the Yukon 24,000 years ago, why are there so few other sites from that time? The environment during the last ice age was harsh and frozen. It is possible that early human campsites were destroyed or remain undiscovered beneath layers of ice and soil. It is also possible that the population was very small and left behind little evidence. Some scientists argue that we should be cautious. The cut marks are real, but could they have been made by later visitors who disturbed older bones? Could natural forces mimic human tool marks in rare cases? The debate continues because the stakes are high. Accepting the Bluefish Caves as proof of early human presence would force a major rewrite of American prehistory. This site also raises deep questions about human survival. If small groups were living in the Yukon during the last ice age, how did they survive the extreme cold and limited resources? They would have needed shelter, fire, clothing, and the ability to hunt large animals in snow-covered lands. It shows that early humans were not only explorers but skilled survivors. Their presence in such a remote and frozen place speaks of courage, adaptation, and mystery. The Bluefish Cave story touches on more than archaeology. It is also about how knowledge changes. Science depends on evidence, but it also depends on open minds. For years, the idea of people in North America before 13,000 years ago was rejected. Today, more and more sites are challenging that timeline. From Monte Verde in Chile to Buttermilk Creek in Texas, the picture is changing. The Bluefish Caves may not yet answer every question, but they remind us that history is deeper and more complicated than we once believed. They show us that silence does not mean absence, and that bones buried in frost can still whisper truths that outlast time. If humans were there during the coldest part of the Ice Age, they saw a world we can barely imagine. Glaciers surrounded them. Ancient animals walked the earth. The sky held unfamiliar stars. And deep in a cave, they left behind marks not made by chance, but by hands that shape tools and lives. Whether the world accepts their story or not, the evidence waits quietly in the shadows of the Bluefish Caves. And perhaps, somewhere in that stillness, more secrets remain, just beneath the frozen soil. The enigmatic megaliths of Göbekli Tepe long before the first cities were built, before writing or metal tools, giant stone pillars were raised by human hands on a hill in southeastern Turkey. They were buried for thousands of years. Now they have returned to the light, carrying symbols that no one can fully explain. Göbekli Tepe is one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in the world. It is located near the city of Şanlıurfa in Turkey, and its name means Potbelly Hill. At first glance, the site seems like a cluster of large circular stone enclosures, filled with T-shaped pillars carved from limestone. But these are not just any stones. They are among the oldest known examples of large-scale construction by humans, dating back more than 11,000 years. That means Göbekli Tepe was built around 9,600 BCE, long before the pyramids of Egypt or even the first signs of farming in Mesopotamia. What makes this discovery even more puzzling is the level of complexity in the construction. The largest stones weigh more than 10 tons. They were transported and set upright without the use of wheels, metal tools, or domesticated animals. Some of the stones are over 5 meters tall and are carved with images of animals such as lions, snakes, birds, and scorpions. Others show abstract symbols and strange figures. These carvings are not random. They appear to tell stories or hold meanings that have been lost to time. When Göbekli Tepe was first excavated in the mid-1990s by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, most experts were shocked. It was believed that humans at that time were simple hunter-gatherers who lived in small groups and focused on survival. They were not expected to have the ability or motivation to build something this large or this artistic. But Göbekli Tepe changed that belief. It suggested that complex religious or ceremonial behavior may have come before the invention of agriculture. That means people might have gathered here to perform rituals or worship, and only later decided to stay and build permanent settlements. In this way, religion may have come before farming, not the other way around. Another strange aspect of Göbekli Tepe is that it was deliberately buried. At some point around 8000 BCE, the builders or their descendants filled the enclosures with soil and rubble, covering the entire site and hiding it from view. No one knows why. Some think it was an act of respect or closure. Others wonder if it was to protect something or to forget it. Whatever the reason, this burial is what helped preserve the site so well for archaeologists to discover thousands of years later. Some researchers believe the carvings may have recorded astronomical events. One theory suggests that the arrangement of symbols on Pillar 43, also called the Vulture Stone, could represent a record of a comet strike. This links Göbekli Tepe to the Younger Dryas event, a sudden cooling period that began around 12,800 years ago. If true, this would mean that the people at Göbekli Tepe were not only builders and artists, but also sky watchers who recorded major cosmic events. There are also alternative theories. Some claim that Göbekli Tepe could be a remnant of a lost advanced civilization, one that predates known history. Others draw connections to ancient myths of great floods, forgotten knowledge, and vanished cultures. These ideas are not accepted by mainstream archaeology, but the mystery at the heart of the site continues to attract questions from both scientists and dreamers. So far, only a small portion of Göbekli Tepe has been fully excavated. Many of its secrets remain buried beneath the hill. Ground-penetrating radar has shown that there could be dozens more enclosures still hidden underground. Each one might hold more carvings, more stories, more clues to who these people were and why they built something so grand. What is clear is that Göbekli Tepe does not fit neatly into our understanding of human history. It stands at a time when humans were supposed to be scattered and simple, yet it shows coordination, planning, art, and a shared vision. It challenges the idea that civilization began with farming and instead suggests that the human mind reached for meaning, symbols, and the sacred even before it settled into towns and cities. The megaliths of Göbekli Tepe remain quiet. They do not tell us who carved them or what their carvings meant. They do not explain why people gathered here, why they buried their work, or how they learned to move such massive stones. But they stand as a message across time. A reminder that the story of humanity is deeper, older, and far more mysterious than we once believed. And the more we uncover, the more we are forced to ask whether we truly know how it all began. The Mammoth tusk mines in Siberia, frozen deep in the ground for tens of thousands of years. A treasure is being pulled from the ice. It is not gold, it is not diamonds. It is the ivory of mammoths, preserved in a land where the past refuses to vanish. The Mammoth tusk mines in Siberia are not ordinary mines. They are part of a strange and growing industry where people dig through frozen earth to recover the remains of creatures that went extinct thousands of years ago. These are not fossilized bones turned to stone. They are actual tusks, made of ivory, as fresh and real as if the mammoth had died only yesterday. Siberia, the vast frozen region of Russia, holds one of the largest permafrost zones on Earth. This is ground that stays frozen year-round. Locked inside it are the remains of countless Ice Age animals, including mammoths, woolly rhinos, and steppe bison. The cold has preserved their bodies in astonishing condition. In some cases, flesh, fur, and even blood are still present. But it is the tusks that draw the most attention. Mammoth tusks are long, curved ivory structures that could grow over 10 feet in length. They are prized for their beauty, their uniqueness, and their value. In the global market, especially in parts of Asia, ivory remains highly desirable for art, jewelry, and traditional crafts. Elephant ivory has been banned or heavily restricted due to conservation laws. But mammoth ivory exists in a legal gray area. Since mammoths are extinct, their ivory is not protected in the same way. This has created a booming trade. Local hunters, miners, and villagers in Siberia search the permafrost during the summer months, when melting ice exposes hidden bones. Some use shovels. Others use powerful water cannons to blast into the frozen ground. In recent years, these efforts have expanded into full-scale mining operations, some of them illegal. The process is dangerous. The permafrost is remote and harsh. Many diggers travel for weeks by boat or on foot to reach isolated locations. They work under collapsing ice walls, risk injury, and face sudden storms. But the reward can be immense. A single large tusk can be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Each year, it is estimated that more than 60 tons of mammoth ivory are pulled from the Siberian ground. The ivory is often shipped to China, where skilled carvers turn it into intricate sculptures or luxury items. Some dealers advertise it as ethical ivory, since no living animal was harmed. But the growing trade has raised serious concerns. Environmentalists worry that the digging is damaging fragile permafrost ecosystems. Melting permafrost already releases carbon and methane into the atmosphere, both powerful greenhouse gases. Digging accelerates this process, creating more instability. In addition, some believe that the mammoth ivory trade may encourage illegal elephant poaching, since it can be hard to tell the two ivories apart once they are carved. There are also cultural issues. Many of the areas where tusks are found are sacred lands for indigenous communities, like the Yakuts. The sudden rush of outsiders and the commercial digging has disrupted traditional life and brought new problems. On the scientific side, the mammoth tusk mines are both a curse and a gift. While commercial mining often destroys context, meaning that bones and artifacts are removed without recording their original position, some discoveries have provided researchers with rare samples of Ice Age life. Entire mammoth carcasses have been found, including one with liquid blood inside. These finds offer a window into ancient biology, climate, and evolution. In recent years, the idea of using mammoth DNA to bring the species back has gained attention. Scientists have sequenced the mammoth genome and are exploring ways to combine it with the DNA of modern elephants. The goal is not to create a perfect mammoth, but a hybrid species that can survive in cold environments and perhaps help restore lost ecosystems. This idea, known as de-extinction, is controversial. Supporters say it could help combat climate change by turning tundra into grassland, which stores carbon more effectively. Critics say it is a distraction from protecting current species and ecosystems. Still, the dream of seeing mammoths walk the earth again continues to grow, and it all begins with the frozen tusks pulled from Siberian soil. The mammoth tusk mines in Siberia are more than just a business. They are a point where ancient history meets modern greed, where science, nature, and commerce collide. They raise deep questions about how we treat the past and what we are willing to disturb in our search for value. Every tusk pulled from the ground is a piece of a story that ended long ago. But in digging up these remains, we are writing a new chapter, one that might shape the future as much as the past. And as the ice melts faster each year, the Earth itself is revealing secrets that it kept buried for ages. The question now is whether we are ready to face what it shows us. The star maps in Lascaux Cave. Why would ancient people draw stars on the walls of a cave hidden deep underground? How could humans living over 17,000 years ago understand the sky in ways we are only beginning to rediscover? Inside the dark limestone chambers of southern France, the Lascaux Cave holds one of the most astonishing collections of prehistoric art ever found. Discovered by 4 teenagers in 1940, the cave quickly became famous for its detailed paintings of animals. Horses, bison, deer, and bulls dance across the walls, drawn with colors made from earth minerals and animal fat. But among these images of wildlife lies something far more mysterious. Hidden symbols and carefully placed dots suggest that the people who painted these walls were not only recording the animals they saw, but the stars above their heads. Some researchers believe that Lascaux may contain one of the oldest star maps in human history. In a section of the cave called the Hall of the Bulls, there is a large image of an aurochs, a wild ancestor of modern cattle. Just above its shoulder, a group of 6 small dots has puzzled archaeologists for decades. These dots seem to represent the Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, a star cluster that has held significance in cultures across the world for thousands of years. The Pleiades are located in the constellation Taurus and are one of the most easily recognizable clusters in the night sky. In Greek mythology, they were daughters of the Titan Atlas. In Native American tradition, they are linked to creation stories. In Japanese, they are called Subaru, and in early Mesopotamian texts, they were used as seasonal markers for planting and harvest. If the Lascaux painters truly captured this cluster, it would mean they were observing the same sky we see today, with an understanding that extended far beyond their simple tools and hunting life. Other parts of the cave also show alignments that suggest astronomical knowledge. The layout of some animals may match the positions of constellations. A strange figure with a bird-like head and outstretched arms might represent Orion or another sky figure. A pattern of dots over a bull may show how the stars shifted through the seasons. None of these interpretations are confirmed, but the possibility that Ice Age humans were recording the heavens opens a window into a lost way of thinking. The idea that prehistoric people understood astronomy is not limited to Lascaux. In Germany, archaeologists discovered a disk called the Nebra sky disk, dated to around 1600 BC, which clearly shows the sun, moon, and stars. In Scotland, stone circles align with solstices. In Egypt, temples and pyramids are built to match the stars. These examples show that ancient astronomy is much older and more widespread than once believed. At Lascaux, the art was created during the Magdalenian period, which spanned from about 17,000 to 12,000 years ago. The artists used flint tools, torches made of pine resin, and pigments like ochre and charcoal. They painted in deep chambers with no natural light. This suggests the cave was a sacred space used for rituals or recording knowledge. Some believe that the cave was a kind of temple, and the images were part of ceremonies meant to connect earth and sky. But others are more cautious. They argue that the dots and symbols could be hunting tallies, spiritual marks, or simply decorations. There is no written language from this time, so we can only guess the meanings. Still, the patterns and their positions are too consistent to ignore. In many places, the number of dots matches known star clusters. Their arrangement reflects the sky in a way that seems intentional, not accidental. A team of researchers led by Dr. Michael Rappengluck of the University of Munich was among the first to suggest that the Lascaux paintings had astronomical meaning. He compared the dot clusters with ancient skies and found strong correlations with the Pleiades and other groups. He also noted that ancient myths across cultures often connect bulls with the stars, reinforcing the idea that the cave's great aurochs was not just an animal, but a symbol of the heavens. Even more intriguing is the possibility that the cave records a kind of prehistoric calendar. If the animals represent constellations or seasonal changes, the cave could have been a tool for tracking time. Knowing when to hunt, when to migrate, and when the weather would shift was essential for survival. The stars could have been a guide long before clocks or written calendars ever existed. Today, the original Lascaux cave is closed to the public to protect the paintings from damage. Visitors can tour an exact replica nearby, but the mystery remains. In the silence of the cave, beneath layers of stone and darkness, our ancestors may have whispered their hopes to the stars. They may have drawn what they saw not only to remember, but to understand. If they truly mapped the sky on stone walls 17,000 years ago, then the minds that created these paintings were not primitive. They were observers, thinkers, and storytellers. They saw patterns in the sky and found meaning in the stars. And even now, long after their voices have faded, their visions still shine not only from the sky above, but from the walls they left behind. The disappearance of the steppe bison. In the frozen shadows of Ice Age plains, a powerful animal once moved across the land like a force of nature. It was larger than modern bison, stronger than most predators, and built to survive the harshest winters. For thousands of years, it roamed the open grasslands of Europe, Asia, and North America. Then, without warning, it vanished. This is the strange story of the disappearance of the steppe bison. The steppe bison, also called bison priscus, was one of the most widespread and iconic creatures of the Pleistocene epoch. It lived during a time when the world was colder, drier, and covered in vast grasslands called steppes. These open landscapes stretched across continents and supported large herds of grazing animals. The steppe bison was one of the largest of these animals. With long, curved horns, thick fur, and a muscular frame, it was built for both defense and endurance. Fossils and preserved remains of steppe bison have been found in many parts of the world, from the frozen soils of Siberia to the high plains of North America. In some cases, entire carcasses have been recovered from the permafrost, so well preserved that even the skin and internal organs are still intact. One famous example is the Yukagir bison discovered in Siberia in 2011, which had its heart, blood vessels, and digestive system still in place after more than 9,000 years. These animals were clearly important to early humans. Cave paintings in places like Chauvet and Lascaux in France show detailed images of bison drawn with care and skill. Stone tools and kill sites found in North America show that people hunted them regularly, using coordinated tactics to bring down these massive beasts. Bison provided meat, hides, bones, and even spiritual meaning to the people who lived alongside them. They were not just animals, they were a part of life itself. So how could such a strong and successful creature vanish? The disappearance of the steppe bison is part of a larger wave of extinctions that took place between 15,000 and 10,000 years ago. During this period, known as the Quaternary Extinction Event, many large mammals disappeared. Mammoths, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age giants faded from the earth. Steppe bison were among them. One explanation is climate change. As the Ice Age ended, temperatures began to rise. The vast steppes that supported bison herds slowly turned into forests and wetlands. Grasses were replaced by trees. Open plains became dense woodlands. The habitat that the steppe bison depended on began to shrink. Although some animals adapted to the new environment, the steppe bison was highly specialized. It needed open grasslands and specific types of vegetation. As these landscapes vanished, so did its food source and safe breeding grounds. But climate change may not have acted alone. Human expansion is another key factor. As humans spread across Eurasia and into North America, they brought with them new hunting techniques, tools, and strategies. The steppe bison became a target for survival. Hunting pressures increased, especially in areas where herds were already weakened by environmental stress. Unlike faster animals or those that could hide in forests, bison moved in herds across open ground, making them easier to track and hunt. Over time, repeated hunting could have reduced their numbers to a point where the population could not recover. There is also the possibility of disease. When large groups of animals are pushed into smaller spaces due to habitat loss, they become more vulnerable to infection. A disease that spreads quickly among weakened or crowded animals can wipe out entire herds. While there is no direct fossil evidence of disease in steppe bison, the sudden collapse of many megafauna species during the same period raises the possibility of a biological trigger. In North America, the story takes an unusual turn. While the steppe bison disappeared, a new species began to emerge. This was the modern American bison, or bison. Scientists believe that it evolved from steppe bison through a process of natural selection. The new species was smaller, more agile, and better adapted to the changing environment. It could survive in forests as well as grasslands, and it required less food and space. The American bison went on to become the dominant species in North America, surviving for thousands of years until modern times. This evolutionary shift shows that extinction is not always a sudden end. Sometimes it is a transformation. The steppe bison did not vanish entirely. A part of it still lives in the genes of its descendants. But the original species, with its unique shape and behavior, is gone. No more will herds of massive bison thunder across the frozen plains. Their bones rest in the soil. Their images fade on cave walls. Their time has passed. Even so, their disappearance carries lessons for us today. It shows how quickly a stable species can fall when the world around it changes. It reminds us that strength alone does not guarantee survival. The steppe bison was powerful, but it could not outpace rising temperatures, shrinking habitats, human hunters, or the slow push of evolution. Today, as modern ecosystems face new pressures, the story of the steppe bison becomes more than history. It becomes a warning. We are once again changing the climate, reshaping the land, and pushing species toward their limits. The past speaks softly through the fossil record, but its message is clear. When balance is broken, even giants can fall. Somewhere in the icy silence of Siberia or the dusty hills of Alaska, the last traces of the steppe bison still sleep, bones buried in cold soil, horns worn down by time, a forgotten echo of a creature that once ruled the steppes. And though it vanished long ago, the mystery of its end still stirs in the wind that moves across the grass. The origin of the Clovis stone tools sharp, elegant, and deadly. They were the perfect tools for survival in a frozen world. Found across the North American continent, buried beside mammoth bones and ancient campfires, Clovis stone tools seem to tell the story of the first people to walk this land. But where they came from, and how they appeared so suddenly, remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in archaeology. Clovis stone tools are named after the town of Clovis in New Mexico, where they were first discovered in the 1930s. Archaeologists digging near Blackwater Draw found a set of finely crafted stone points buried with the bones of extinct Ice Age animals like mammoths and mastodons. These tools were unlike anything seen before. They were carefully shaped with a unique, fluted design that allowed them to be attached to wooden shafts. This made them both strong and accurate. The people who made them were clearly skilled hunters and craftsmen. The tools were dated to about 13,000 years ago, placing them in the final days of the last Ice Age. What followed was a wave of discoveries. Similar tools began turning up in dozens of sites across North America. From Montana to Florida, from Texas to Nova Scotia, the Clovis Point became a symbol of early American settlement. For decades, most scientists believed the Clovis people were the first humans to arrive in the Americas. The theory was simple. Humans crossed the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia into Alaska during the Ice Age, when sea levels were lower. Then they spread southward through an ice-free corridor and developed the Clovis culture around 13,000 years ago. This idea became known as the Clovis First model. But the tools themselves raise deeper questions. Why do they appear so suddenly across such a vast area? Why is there no clear sign of the tools developing slowly over time? And why do the earliest Clovis points appear so fully formed, as if the knowledge came from somewhere else? One theory is that the Clovis point design was invented by people already living in North America, and that earlier tools simply have not been found yet. Another idea is that the technology arrived from outside. Some researchers have pointed to stone tools found in Europe, especially in the Solutrean culture of France and Spain, which existed about 20,000 years ago. These tools share some similarities with Clovis points in shape and technique. The controversial Solutrean hypothesis suggests that people may have crossed the Atlantic Ocean by boat along the edge of the ice sheet and introduced the technology to North America. Most archaeologists reject this idea due to the lack of solid evidence and the enormous distance involved, but the resemblance continues to raise eyebrows. more recent discoveries have made the mystery even more complex. Sites like Monte Verde in Chile, dated to over 14,500 years ago, show signs of human presence before Clovis. The Galt site in Texas contains tools that may date to 16,000 years ago or more. In Pennsylvania, the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter has yielded objects that may be 19,000 years old. If these dates are correct, then humans were in the Americas long before Clovis tools appeared. This would mean the Clovis people were not the first, but rather one of many groups who lived during that time. Still, the precision and beauty of Clovis tools make them unique. They were not just functional weapons. They show attention to detail and a deep understanding of stone. The people who made them knew how to select the right kind of rock, how to apply pressure to shape it, and how to create a flute that made the point easier to mount. This process took time to master. That is why their sudden appearance is so surprising. It suggests a rapid spread of knowledge across huge distances at a time when travel was slow and difficult. One possible explanation is that the Clovis point was such an effective design that once it was invented, it spread quickly by word of mouth and trade. People may have seen the tool, copied it, and passed it on to others. This kind of cultural diffusion could explain how similar tools appeared so far apart in such a short time, but it still leaves the question of where the idea came from in the first place. There is also the matter of the Clovis people themselves. We do not know what they called themselves, or what language they spoke. They left no writing, no buildings, no monuments, only their tools remain. Genetic studies of modern Native American populations suggest that their ancestors came from Siberia in multiple waves over many thousands of years. The Clovis culture may have been just one chapter in a much longer and more complex human story. Today, archaeologists continue to dig. New sites are being uncovered in Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, and even underwater along ancient coastlines. As more evidence comes to light, the picture grows more complicated. Clovis was once thought to be the beginning. Now it appears to be a brilliant but brief moment in a much older tale. The origin of the Clovis stone tools is not just a question of dates or migration routes. It is about human ingenuity, adaptation, and the urge to survive in a harsh and changing world. These tools are sharp, silent witnesses to a time when giant animals roamed the plains and people lived by their hands and their wits. We still do not know who first chipped the stone into that perfect shape. We do not know where they learned it, or what stories they told as they hunted mammoth through snow and shadow. All we have are the points they left behind, and those points still cut through time, asking questions we are not yet able to answer. The giant ground sloth tunnels in Brazil. Hidden beneath the forests of Brazil lie massive tunnels, some stretching for hundreds of feet through solid rock. Their walls are scratched, their ceilings are scarred, and their existence raises a haunting question. What carved these ancient passageways so perfectly through the earth? The giant ground sloth tunnels in Brazil are a real and rare phenomenon, first brought to the attention of scientists in the early 2000s. Local miners and geologists in the state of Rio Grande do Sul discovered enormous underground chambers and passageways that did not match any known geological process. The walls bore long claw marks, evenly spaced and deep, running in parallel lines across the stone. At first, many assumed these strange shapes were the result of water erosion or lava flows. But the marks were not random. They were deliberate. They followed patterns that no river or natural force could have created. These tunnels are now known as paleoburrows, a term used to describe ancient burrowing structures created not by machines or weather, but by extinct animals. The ones in Brazil are some of the largest ever found. They range in size from small crawl spaces to enormous chambers large enough to stand in. Some reach as much as 200 meters in length and 6 feet in diameter. In total, hundreds of these tunnels have been mapped, especially in southern and southeastern Brazil, in areas where rocks are soft enough to be shaped, yet stable enough to hold their structure for thousands of years. So, who made them? The answer points to a creature that no longer walks the earth, the giant ground sloth. During the Ice Age, these animals roamed much of the Americas. They were not like the small, tree-dwelling sloths we know today. The largest species of giant ground sloth, like Megatherium, could grow up to 20 feet long and weigh over 4 tons. They stood upright on powerful hind legs and used their massive claws to strip leaves from trees and defend themselves from predators. Evidence from claw marks in the tunnels matches closely with the size and shape of sloth claws. Some researchers believe that certain species of giant ground sloth dug these tunnels to shelter themselves from extreme weather or predators. Others may have used the burrows as nesting chambers or escape routes. Some paleoburrows are believed to be the work of ancient armadillos or similar creatures, but the largest structures, with their deep parallel grooves, seem far too large for anything but a massive animal. Dating these tunnels has proven difficult, since they are carved into rock and often lack organic materials. However, sediment analysis suggests many were made between 10,000 and 50,000 years ago during the late Pleistocene epoch. That was a time when megafauna roamed across South America, before many of them vanished in the great extinction that followed the last ice age. The mystery is not just how these animals managed to dig such vast structures, but why. The sheer scale of some tunnels suggests communal behavior or long-term use over generations. Yet there is no clear evidence of social nesting behavior in sloths. Could the tunnels have served another purpose? Some scientists speculate they may have been used to regulate body temperature, acting as natural shelters during climate swings. Others think they may have served as hidden escape routes from now extinct predators like saber-toothed cats or ancient bears. The tunnels raise even deeper questions about the intelligence and behavior of extinct species. For centuries, sloths were considered slow and passive animals, but the existence of these tunnels implies planning, strength, and even an understanding of engineering. It suggests a world far more complex than we imagined. Over time, many of these tunnels have collapsed or filled with sediment. Others remain untouched, hidden under forests and hills, waiting to be explored. New discoveries are still being made. In 2017, one of the largest paleoburrows ever documented was uncovered in the state of Rondonia. It extended over 600 feet, with multiple branches and chambers. The tunnel walls were covered with scratches, frozen in time. Researchers are now using laser scanning and 3D imaging to study the structure and layout of these tunnels in more detail. The goal is to understand not just how they were made, but what they tell us about the creatures that carved them. The answers may reshape our view of prehistoric life in South America. Some of the paleoburrows intersect with indigenous myths. Tribes in the region have stories of giant burrowing beasts, long vanished from the earth. These legends, passed down through generations, speak of creatures that could shake the ground and vanish beneath it. Whether these tales are echoes of ancient encounters or pure imagination remains unknown, but they add another layer of mystery to the tunnels and their makers. Today, the paleoburrows face threats from mining, construction, and erosion. Efforts are being made to preserve the most significant sites, both for scientific research and cultural heritage. The Brazilian Geological Survey and several universities are working together to document and protect these underground worlds. The giant ground sloth tunnels in Brazil are a glimpse into a lost era. They remind us that the world we live in was once home to creatures whose strength and behavior defy our assumptions. In the silence of these ancient passages, the past speaks in claw marks and curves of stone. And deep underground, where light never reaches, the memory of the giants still lingers carved into the earth by the very beings we thought we understood. The prehistoric skeletons of Spirit Cave. A quiet cave hidden in the dry hills of Nevada once held a secret buried beneath layers of dust and time. When archaeologists finally looked inside, they found bones that did not match any known story. The skeleton seemed to belong to a man, But his age, his origin, and even his DNA would rewrite parts of American history. The Spirit Cave is located near Fallon, Nevada. It is a shallow limestone shelter that offered some protection from the harsh desert weather. In 1940, a husband and wife team of archaeologists, Sidney and Georgia Wheeler, explored the cave as part of a government project. Inside, they uncovered the naturally mummified remains of a human male. The body was wrapped in woven reed mats and covered in rabbit skin. Next to it were simple tools, bones, and pieces of clothing. At the time, the Wheelers estimated the mummy to be about 2,000 years old. The remains were taken to a local museum and stored. For decades, they were mostly forgotten. No one realized just how important they would become. In the 1990s, with new technology available, scientists decided to test the age of the remains using radiocarbon dating. The results were shocking. The man from Spirit Cave was not 2,000 years old. He was over 10,600 years old. That meant he lived during the very end of the last ice age, long before the pyramids of Egypt or the first cities of Mesopotamia. This made the Spirit Cave mummy one of the oldest human remains ever found in North America. But the discovery raised difficult questions. If people had been in Nevada more than 10,000 years ago, how did they get there? Where did they come from? And were they related to the Native American tribes living in the region today? To find answers, scientists turned to DNA analysis. For years, however, efforts to extract usable DNA from the remains failed. The sample was too degraded, and the technology was still developing. At the same time, controversy began to grow. The Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribe, whose land included the Spirit Cave area, claimed the remains as one of their ancestors. Under the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, or NAGPRA, they requested the return of the mummy for reburial, but scientists resisted. They argued that the remains were too old and might not be directly related to the tribe. The case became part of a broader cultural debate over ancient human remains in America. Some researchers argued for open study to learn more about human migration. Others demanded respect for tribal rights and cultural heritage. The mummy stayed in a museum while the debate continued. Finally, in 2016, advances in genetic sequencing allowed researchers to successfully analyze the DNA of the Spirit Cave man. The results were clear and unexpected. The man was closely related to modern Native American populations. His DNA matched people who had lived in the Americas for thousands of years. The scientific evidence confirmed what the tribe had claimed from the beginning. In 2018, the mummy was returned to the Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribe. A private reburial ceremony was held, and the ancient man was laid to rest according to tribal tradition. For many, it was a moment of peace after decades of dispute. But the story of Spirit Cave did not end there. The DNA from the mummy also revealed something deeper. It showed that humans had a much older and more complex presence in the Americas than once believed. The man had genetic links to ancient populations in Siberia, supporting the idea that people crossed into North America through the Bering Land Bridge. But his genes also hinted at other routes, possibly along the coast or through now lost landscapes. His skeleton also showed signs of a hard life. He had damage to his skull and evidence of infections in his teeth. He lived in a dry, cold world where food was hunted, not farmed. The tools found near him were made of stone and bone, and his clothing was carefully woven from local plants and animal skins. He was not just a figure in a museum, but a person who had survived in a world filled with danger, hunger, and change. Other remains found in the cave also added to the mystery. Nearby, the Wheelers had uncovered bones from at least 2 other individuals, but they were in worse condition. These too were likely ancient, suggesting that the cave may have been used for burials over a long period. The Spirit Cave discovery reminds us that history is not fixed. What we think we know can be undone by a single test or a forgotten set of bones. It shows how science and tradition can clash and then come together. It also proves that the people of ancient America were not shadows or myths. They were real, with lives, families, and memories that echo across thousands of years. Today, Spirit Cave is protected and quiet once more. But beneath its surface, the ground holds the story of a man who walked through a different world. His remains opened a door into the distant past and gave a voice to those who came before written history. He lived 10,000 years ago, yet his story was only heard in our time. And even now, as science continues to look for answers, the cave keeps its silence. Some mysteries, no matter how deep we dig, remain just out of reach. The mystery of the Verde skulls. In the dry lands of Ethiopia, buried beneath ancient layers of sediment, a set of human skulls was uncovered that did not fit easily into any known chapter of our story. They were not fully modern, yet they were not fully ancient either. Their shape, their age, and their location sparked debates that still echo through the halls of science. These remains are known as the Verde skulls, and they challenge the way we understand human evolution. The discovery was made in 1997 at a site called Verde in the Afar region of Ethiopia. This area is part of the Great Rift Valley, a place famous for revealing some of the oldest human ancestors ever found. The excavation was led by anthropologist Tim White and his team. What they found was extraordinary. The remains included 3 well-preserved skulls from individuals who lived approximately 160,000 years ago. One skull belonged to an adult man. Another was from a child. The third was from a second adult who may have been female. These bones were dated using precise volcanic ash layers and other geological markers. At first glance, the skulls looked human, but a closer examination revealed features that were not entirely modern. The skulls were slightly longer than ours. The brow ridges were more pronounced. The bones were thicker, yet the brain size and the facial structure were very similar to modern Homo sapiens. This mix of traits led the researchers to classify the remains as a subspecies called Homo sapiens idaltu. The word idaltu means elder in the Afar language. These were not our direct ancestors, but rather an earlier form of human that may have given rise to fully modern people. The Verde skulls filled a critical gap in the fossil record. They supported the theory that modern humans evolved in Africa before spreading to other parts of the world. This idea, known as the out-of-Africa model, argues that all living humans today descend from a common African population that began to migrate around 70 to 100,000 years ago. The Verde fossils are older than this migration. They show that humans with almost modern anatomy already existed long before the great journeys began. But the story does not end with the bones themselves. The site also held tools and animal remains that offer a glimpse into the lives of these early people. Stone tools found near the skulls were sharp and sophisticated, made using techniques that required planning and skill. Cut marks on animal bones suggest that the Verde people were active hunters and butchers. But perhaps the most mysterious detail comes from the child's skull. It showed signs of having been deliberately shaped and possibly displayed. Some scientists believe this points to early forms of ritual behavior or respect for the dead. This raises questions about the mental and emotional life of the Verde people. If they cared for their dead, if they shaped skulls for ceremonial use, then their minds were not only advanced in terms of survival, but also capable of symbolic thought. This is one of the defining traits of modern humans. It suggests that the roots of culture and spirituality go back much further than once believed. Still, the Verde skulls are not without controversy. Not all scientists agree on the classification of Homo sapiens idaltu. Some argue that the differences are not great enough to call them a separate subspecies. They say these skulls represent early members of our own species and do not need a special label. Others suggest that labeling them separately helps us understand the slow transition from archaic humans to modern humans. The debate reflects how difficult it is to draw lines in a process that took place over tens of thousands of years. The Verde discovery also touches on larger questions of human identity. Where did we come from? When did we become fully human? Are there missing pieces still waiting to be found? The skulls remind us that human evolution was not a sudden event. It was a long and complex journey with many branches, dead ends, and unexpected turns. The people of Herto were not like us in every way, but they were also not strangers. They walked the same earth, faced the same elements, and left behind traces that speak across time. Today, the Herto-Buri skulls are kept safe in Ethiopian collections, studied with care and respect. They are not just bones. They are messages from a time before history, before writing, before civilization. They tell us that even 160,000 years ago, humans were already becoming something more than animals. They were creating tools, forming relationships, and perhaps beginning to understand the concept of death. The mystery of the Herto-Buri skulls remains partly unsolved. We know when they lived and what they looked like, but we do not fully know how they thought or what they believed. We do not know what language they spoke, what names they used, or what dreams they carried in their minds. We only know that they lived, they died, and they left something behind. In the dry wind of the Ethiopian desert, the bones of these early people still lie close to the surface. They have waited for thousands of years to be seen, to be understood, and to be remembered. And in their silent presence, they remind us that our story is much older than we once believed, and far more mysterious than we can yet explain. The ancient DNA of Denisovans in Ice Age layers. In a cold cave high in the Altai Mountains of Siberia, scientists uncovered a tiny piece of a finger bone. It was small, worn, and looked like nothing special. But what it carried inside changed everything we thought we knew about human history. The cave is called Denisova Cave, and it lies deep within Russia's remote wilderness. It had already been known to archaeologists for its long history of occupation by ancient humans. In 2010, a team of researchers studying one of the bones from the site decided to test its DNA. What they found was not Neanderthal. It was not modern human. It was something else, something no one had ever seen before. The DNA belonged to a group of humans now called Denisovans. They are not a separate species in the strictest sense, but a distinct branch of the human family tree. They lived during the Ice Age, likely between 300,000 and 30,000 years ago. They shared a common ancestor with Neanderthals, but their genes are different enough to be recognized as their own group. So far, no full Denisovan skeleton has ever been found. Everything we know about them comes from small pieces of bone and teeth, but their DNA is powerful. It tells a story that bones alone never could. Denisovans are believed to have lived across Asia, from the cold caves of Siberia to the high plateaus of Tibet. The evidence of their existence is spread thin and deep beneath the earth, locked inside layers of ice and sediment. One tooth found in Denisova Cave was dated to at least 100,000 years ago. Another bone fragment was from a young girl who lived more than 50,000 years ago. And in a surprising twist, DNA testing revealed that her mother was a Neanderthal. That means Denisovans and Neanderthals were not just neighbors. They interbred. They shared blood. The discovery of Denisovan DNA opened a new chapter in the study of human origins. It also helped answer some ancient questions. For example, certain populations today still carry Denisovan genes. Indigenous groups in Papua New Guinea, Australia, and parts of Southeast Asia have as much as 5% Denisovan DNA in their genomes. This means their ancestors met and mixed with Denisovans tens of thousands of years ago. These genetic traces are more than just markers. They may have given early humans adaptations to survive harsh environments. One famous example is a gene that helps people live at high altitudes. It is common among Tibetans today and appears to have come from Denisovans. This gene allows blood to carry more oxygen in thin air, a crucial advantage in the mountains. But the mystery deepens. The Denisovans left almost no physical evidence beyond their DNA. No cave paintings. No tools that can be clearly connected to them. No clear graves or signs of ritual. This raises difficult questions. How did they live? What did they believe? Why did they vanish? Some scientists suggest that Denisovans may have been more widespread than we know, but their remains are hard to find because many of their habitats are now underwater or buried under modern cities and forests. Others believe we have already found their tools, but did not recognize them as Denisovan because the bones were missing. DNA taken from Ice Age soil in Denisova Cave confirms that these ancient people were present for tens of thousands of years. The sediments show layers where their genetic material appears again and again, as if their presence echoed through time. But around 30,000 years ago, they disappear. The cave no longer holds their traces. Like Neanderthals, Denisovans vanished while modern humans rose. No one knows exactly why. Climate change, competition, or disease could all be part of the answer. Some researchers think Denisovans might have been smarter or more advanced than we realize. The cave where their remains were found also contains fine jewelry and decorative artifacts, such as a bracelet made from polished green stone and drilled with a precision hole. Although it is not certain that Denisovans made these objects, their presence in the same layers is intriguing. If they did make them, it would mean they had aesthetic sense, technical skill, and perhaps symbolic thought. But without more evidence, it remains a puzzle. New technology is helping scientists find even more Denisovan traces. In 2021, researchers developed a method to scan ancient soil for tiny fragments of DNA. They no longer need to find bones. Just a few grains of dirt from the right layer can reveal who lived in a cave and when. This breakthrough means that even in sites where bones have long vanished, their presence might still be detected. Ice Age layers across Asia are now being re-examined, with hopes of finding new signs of this hidden human group. The story of the Denisovans is still being written. They are not just a missing piece of our past. They are part of our present. Their genes live on in millions of people today. Their survival, their travels, and their silence offer a haunting glimpse into a version of humanity that once walked beside us and then vanished without leaving a voice behind. The Ice Age world was not just a place of cold winds and wild animals. It was a stage for many kinds of humans. Some built tools, some drew animals on cave walls, and some, like the Denisovans, left only their blood behind. Their DNA still whispers in our veins, but their faces, their dreams, and their final days remain frozen in the layers of the past, waiting to be found, or perhaps never to be known at all. The Mammoth kill sites at Waco, Texas. Beneath the surface of a quiet patch of land in Waco, Texas, lies a frozen battlefield from an ancient world. The bones tell a story of giants, of sudden death, and of a human presence that still divides science to this day. The Mammoth kill sites at Waco, Texas, refer to one of the most significant Ice Age fossil discoveries in North America. This location, now preserved as the Waco Mammoth National Monument, contains the remains of at least 24 Columbian mammoths. These animals were larger than the more famous woolly mammoths and could reach over 13 feet in height and weigh up to 10 tons. They lived during the Pleistocene epoch, a time when giant animals roamed across the open plains of North America. The first bones were uncovered in 1978 by two local men, Paul Barron and Eddie Buffkin, who were searching for fossils along the Bosque River. They came across a large bone sticking out of the ground. At first, they thought it might belong to a cow, but when they took it to Baylor University, scientists realized it was a femur from a mammoth. Excavations began shortly after, and what followed was a discovery that stunned researchers. The site revealed a mass grave of mammoths, many of them lying close together in what looked like a single catastrophic event. Most of the mammoths were females and juveniles. They were arranged in a way that suggested a social group had died together, possibly a nursery herd. This pattern pointed toward a natural disaster, perhaps a flash flood that trapped the animals in a steep-sided channel. Sediment layers around the bones supported this idea, showing signs of rapid burial in wet conditions. But the mystery deepened when more remains were found, including those of a bull mammoth, a juvenile camel, and even a tooth from a saber-toothed cat. Each new discovery added complexity to the story. Some scientists began to wonder whether this was more than just a natural death site. The big question was whether humans were involved. The site dates back roughly 65,000 to 70,000 years, according to some early estimates, but more recent studies suggest a younger date, closer to 15,000 years ago. If true, that would place the site within the range of human presence in North America. But here is where the controversy begins. Unlike other confirmed mammoth kill sites, such as the ones in New Mexico or Colorado, the Waco site did not show clear evidence of human tools or cut marks on bones. There were no spear points, no fire pits, and no signs of butchering. Without those clues, many scientists hesitated to call it a kill site. Still, others argue that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. If a flood caught the animals by surprise and buried them quickly, there might have been no time for humans to harvest meat, or the tools could have been made from wood or other organic material that did not survive. Another theory suggests that early humans may have played a role in driving the mammoths into a natural trap. Herding large animals into swamps, canyons, or mud pits was a known hunting technique among prehistoric peoples. If the mammoths were spooked and cornered during a storm or chase, they might have slipped and drowned together. Further complicating things is the location itself. The site lies near the edge of a river system known to flood and shift its course. The sediment shows multiple layers of deposition, which makes it hard to separate events that may have happened years or even centuries apart. The remains could have accumulated over time rather than in a single day. Yet the tight grouping of the skeletons, especially the nursery herd, suggests at least one mass death event. Whether humans were present or not, something unusual happened at Waco. The mammoths did not die alone in scattered places. They died together, in a space that preserved them with haunting detail. Excavation at the site continued for years. Paleontologists, students, and volunteers worked carefully to uncover the bones without damaging them. Over time, the site became more than a dig. It became a story about prehistoric life in the heart of Texas. In 2015, the area was officially designated as the Waco Mammoth National Monument, under the care of the National Park Service. Visitors can now walk above the dig site on an elevated platform and see the bones exactly where they were found. The display is one of the only places in the world where you can view mammoth remains in their original position. The monument serves not just as a tourist attraction, but as a center for research. Scientists continue to analyze the soil, fossils, and nearby artifacts to better understand what happened there. New technologies like ground scanning, 3D imaging, and DNA testing offer hope that more answers may still be hidden underground. The mammoth kill sites at Waco raise important questions about how early humans interacted with the giants of the Ice Age. Did they hunt them actively, or did they simply scavenge the bodies after natural disasters? Did they compete with other predators like saber-toothed cats, or did they use intelligence and cooperation to overcome size and strength? This one site, silent beneath the Texas earth for thousands of years, touches on all these mysteries. It connects science, history, and imagination. It invites us to look back at a time when the world was colder, wilder, and filled with creatures that no longer walk among us. And as we stare down at the tangled remains of mothers and calves frozen in motion, we are left with a question that may never be fully answered. Did nature take them swiftly? Or did the first people in North America play a role in the fall of these giants? The bones are quiet, but the silence is loud. The rock art of El Castillo Cave. Long before the first written words, someone placed a hand against a cave wall and blew red pigment around it, leaving behind a quiet mark of presence. In that moment, art was born. But what they meant to say is still unknown. The El Castillo Cave is located in northern Spain. in the Cantabrian Mountains. It looks like any other ancient cave from the outside. But deep inside its dark chambers lies some of the oldest known cave art in the world. The walls are covered with red discs, animal shapes, and most famously, dozens of hand stencils. Some of these markings have been dated to more than 40,000 years ago. That makes them older than the famous paintings at Lascaux, and even older than the rise of Homo sapiens in Europe. The cave was first explored and studied in the early 20th century. In 1903, Spanish archaeologist Hermilio Alcalde del Rio documented the paintings, and for a long time they were believed to be about 20,000 years old. But in 2012, researchers used a new method called uranium-thorium dating to measure the age of the calcite deposits that formed on top of the paintings. This technique does not measure the paint itself, but the minerals that slowly built up over it, which gives a minimum age for the artwork. The results were surprising. One red disc was at least 40,800 years old. A hand stencil was at least 37,300 years old. These findings pushed the timeline of human expression further back than most experts had imagined. At that time, Europe was not only inhabited by modern humans, but also by Neanderthals. This raised a deep question. Who made the art? The idea that Neanderthals could have been artists goes against old beliefs. For many years, they were seen as primitive, unintelligent, and unable to use symbols. But recent discoveries have challenged that image. Neanderthals buried their dead, used tools, and may have worn ornaments. If they also created art, it would mean that symbolic thought existed in multiple human species. The hand stencils in El Castillo are made by placing a hand on the wall and blowing pigment around it, probably through a hollow bone. The result is a ghostly outline that seems to reach out from the stone. Some hands are large and some are small, likely belonging to women and children. They appear in groups, often overlapping, and always placed with care. The red discs are simple but carefully arranged. Some are in rows, others in clusters, and a few are placed beside natural cracks in the rock, as if the artist was trying to interact with the cave itself. There are also images of bison, deer, and other animals, though they appear to be younger than the abstract symbols. The use of ochre, the red pigment, is a tradition that appears in ancient sites across the world, often linked to ritual or symbolic meaning. What these images mean is still unknown. Some scholars suggest they were part of hunting magic, drawn to increase the success of a hunt. Others believe they marked the entrance to sacred places or served as a form of early communication. There is even a theory that the dots and lines in some caves could represent lunar calendars. But El Castillo feels different. Its oldest images are not realistic pictures of animals but abstract symbols. This suggests a form of thought that was not just about survival, but about identity, presence, and perhaps even belief. The handprints are personal. They do not show what was hunted or feared. They show who was there. Some researchers have looked at the patterns in the placement of the art. They found that certain symbols appear repeatedly in many caves across Europe, including Lascaux and Chauvet. These include spirals, zigzags, and ladder shapes. It may suggest a shared visual language that lasted for thousands of years. If that is true, then El Castillo is not just an early example of cave art. It may be part of the oldest known cultural tradition in human history. There is also a strange and haunting quality to the cave itself. To reach the painted walls, ancient people had to enter complete darkness. They carried fire, likely torches made from wood or animal fat. The flickering light would have made the images move and dance. The echo of voices in the chamber adds another layer. Some archaeologists believe that the caves were chosen not only for their shelter, but for their sound. They were places where voice and image came together. Today, the El Castillo Cave is a protected site. Only a few people are allowed to enter each year to preserve the fragile paintings. Visitors can explore a replica nearby, but the true atmosphere of the cave can only be imagined. Still, its message remains. The people who made those marks were like us in ways we are only beginning to understand. They used art to express something beyond words. And they did it not in temples or cities, but in the depths of the earth, where the line between the seen and unseen blurs. The cave holds their memory like a breath held in stone. We may never know exactly what they were thinking or what the symbols meant, but the fact that they reached out and left a mark tells us they were aware of time, of self, and of something more. In the silence of El Castillo, the oldest message is still there. We were here. We saw. We felt. We remembered. The mysterious death of the Naya skeleton in Mexico. Beneath the quiet jungles of Mexico, hidden deep inside a flooded cave system, a human skeleton was discovered lying in total darkness. The bones belonged to a young girl who died more than 12,000 years ago. Her skull was shattered. Her body was broken. Yet her teeth still held their shape. Her story, preserved by water and time, would become one of the most haunting mysteries in the study of ancient humans. This is the mystery of the Naya skeleton. In 2007, a team of cave divers exploring the submerged caverns of the Yucatan Peninsula made a shocking discovery. Inside a chamber called Hoyo Negro, which means black hole in Spanish, they found a nearly complete human skeleton. The remains were lying at the bottom of a deep underwater pit, surrounded by the bones of extinct animals including saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, and ancient tapirs. The girl was named Naya, a poetic word meaning water nymph. What made this discovery so important was not just the condition of the bones, but their age and location. Scientists used radiocarbon dating and uranium-thorium testing to estimate that Naya died between 12 and 13,000 years ago. This makes her one of the oldest known human skeletons ever found in the Americas. Her presence inside the Yucatan cave raised many questions. How did she get there? Why did she fall? And what can her bones tell us about the first people to live in the New World? Naya was likely between 15 and 17 years old when she died. Her bones show signs of a physically demanding life. She had a small and delicate frame, but her joints were strong, possibly from walking long distances or carrying heavy loads. Her teeth had cavities, which is rare for hunter-gatherers. This suggests she may have eaten starchy plants or fruits found in the tropical region. Her skull had a narrow face and a small jaw, which was different from the wider facial features seen in later Native American populations. This difference in skull shape led to a major scientific debate. For a long time, researchers believed that the first people to enter the Americas came from Siberia, crossing a land bridge into Alaska. These people were thought to be the ancestors of all Native Americans. But some ancient skulls, like Naya's, looked more similar to populations from Southeast Asia or even Oceania. This raised the possibility of a separate migration, a forgotten wave of humans that arrived before the ancestors of modern Native Americans. Naya's skeleton offered a rare chance to test this theory. Scientists were able to extract DNA from one of her molars. The results were surprising. Her genetic code showed that she belonged to a known Native American lineage called haplogroup D. This meant that despite her skull shape, Naya was part of the same broad genetic family as modern indigenous peoples of the Americas. Her body looked different, but her bloodline matched. This finding helped settle the debate by showing that skull shape alone was not enough to define ancestry. Human features can change quickly with time and environment. Naya's DNA proved that the first Americans were more complex and varied than once believed. But while science answered one question, it left others open. How did Naya die? Her remains were found in a deep pit that was once a dry cave. Thousands of years ago, before the Ice Age ended, the Yucatan was a vast dry land. The cave she entered was not underwater. Researchers believe she may have been exploring the cave for water or shelter and fell into the pit by accident. The injuries on her body support this theory. Her pelvis was broken. Her skull was fractured. The fall would have been sudden and fatal. After her death, the cave slowly filled with water as sea levels rose. The rising ocean turned the pit into an underwater tomb, preserving her bones in a silent world. Over time, stalactites and limestone crystals grew around her remains. The darkness kept her safe from decay and scavengers. It also hid her from human eyes for more than 12,000 years. The site where Naya was found is one of the most dangerous diving locations in the world. Only trained cave divers can reach it, using ropes, oxygen tanks, and lights to move through narrow tunnels and pitch-black water. This makes the study of Hoyo Negro slow and risky. But it also makes the discovery even more remarkable. Without the bravery of the divers, Naya's story would still be unknown. Naya is more than a skeleton. She is a window into a forgotten time. Her life and death speak of a world very different from ours, a world filled with massive animals, endless forests, and the first humans who walked these lands. Her DNA links her to the people who would go on to build civilizations across the continent. Her skull reminds us that appearance does not always match ancestry. Her body shows the dangers and hardships of early human life. Yet something about her death still feels unsettled. She entered the cave for a reason we may never fully understand. She died alone in the dark, and no one came to help. No one buried her. No one marked the place. Only water and stone kept her company. And in that silent place, she waited for thousands of years until the light of a diver's torch found her again. The mystery of the Naya skeleton continues to inspire both science and imagination. Her bones tell a true story, but not a complete one. We know how she died, but we do not know her name, her language, or her dreams. We know her age, but not her thoughts. We know her DNA, but not her voice. And so she remains in the water, half revealed and half hidden. A girl from another world, brought back into ours, still asking, without words, to be remembered. The sudden sea level rise after ice melt. When the ice began to vanish, the oceans did not just rise slowly, they surged. Massive walls of water swallowed coastlines, erased entire landscapes, and drowned places where people may have once lived. And even now, scientists are still trying to understand how it happened so fast. The sudden sea level rise after the last ice age is one of the most powerful and disturbing events in Earth's history. Around 20,000 years ago, the world was locked in the last glacial maximum. Ice sheets stretched over North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. Sea levels were over 100 meters lower than today. Much of the water we now see in the oceans was frozen in glaciers thousands of meters thick. But as the climate began to warm, the ice started to melt. What followed was not a gentle transition. It was a period of rapid and violent change. Between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago, the world experienced several meltwater pulses. These were short periods of time when vast amounts of ice melted and poured into the oceans. The most famous of these is Meltwater Pulse 1A. It happened around 14,600 years ago. In less than 400 years, global sea levels rose by up to 20 meters. That is like flooding every modern coastal city in a few centuries. Scientists estimate that during this event, sea levels were rising at a rate of about 5 centimeters every year. That may sound small, but it is 50 times faster than the current global average. What caused these sudden rises? There is no single answer. As the planet warmed, ice sheets in North America and Antarctica weakened. Sometimes huge glacial lakes that had built up over thousands of years suddenly burst their natural dams. When these lakes emptied, they released freshwater floods that raced across continents and spilled into the oceans. One such lake was Lake Agassiz. It once covered parts of Canada and the northern United States. At the end of the Ice Age, it released so much water into the North Atlantic that it may have shut down ocean currents and triggered another cold period called the Younger Dryas. Other sources of rapid sea level rise include the melting of the West Antarctic ice sheet and sections of the Greenland ice sheet. These ice sheets sit on land that is below sea level, making them vulnerable to collapse. When their edges melt, warm ocean water rushes in underneath, lifting the ice and breaking it apart. This process still happens today and could accelerate in the future. One of the most haunting clues about ancient sea level rise comes from the ocean floor. Around the world, divers and underwater archaeologists have discovered the remains of ancient forests, stone tools, and lost settlements far below the surface. In places like Doggerland, a now submerged landmass between Britain and Europe, researchers have found evidence of people who once lived there. They hunted animals, built shelters, and walked dry land that today lies under the North Sea. These people would have seen their world slowly shrink as the waters rose year after year. At some point, the land disappeared forever. In India, the Gulf of Cambay holds structures that some believe could be ancient ruins now submerged by the sea. In the Mediterranean, the island of Malta has massive stone structures that may once have stood near coastlines that no longer exist. In the Caribbean, legends speak of drowned cities and lost lands. While many of these stories remain unproven, they reflect a deep memory of rising seas and vanishing homelands. One mystery that puzzles scientists is why the sea level rise was not steady. Instead, it came in waves. There were periods of rapid rise, followed by pauses, then more sudden floods. This pattern suggests that Earth's ice sheets do not melt evenly. They can remain stable for centuries, then suddenly collapse in large sections. This makes predicting future sea level rise extremely difficult. Today, scientists study ice cores, ocean sediments, and ancient shorelines to understand what happened. They also use satellite data and climate models to predict what might come next. The lessons from the past are clear. When ice melts, the sea does not wait. It moves fast, it moves far, and it does not turn back. What makes the ancient sea level rise even more unsettling is its human impact. If people lived near coastlines, and we know they did, then they would have faced disasters we can barely imagine. Villages would be flooded, farmland would vanish, sacred sites would drown, whole cultures may have been erased with no trace left behind. This could explain why some ancient stories speak of great floods and gods of the sea. From the Mesopotamian flood myths to the tales of Atlantis, human memory seems to carry a warning about the power of rising water. The modern world is now facing its own era of melting ice. Glaciers are retreating. Polar ice is thinning. Sea levels are rising again. And while the rate today is slower than the great pulses of the past, the direction is the same. The ancient story is beginning again. What took place over centuries back then could happen faster now, fueled by greenhouse gases and global warming. The sudden sea level rise after the Ice Age was not just a natural event. It was a turning point in Earth's history. It reshaped coastlines, forced migrations, and may have wiped out entire chapters of human civilization. It reminds us that water does not ask permission. When it rises, it claims what it wants. And somewhere deep in the ocean, buried beneath the waves, the drowned remains of the past may still be waiting to tell us what it felt like to watch the water climb and to know that nothing could stop it. The Enigma of the Black Sea Flood Theory. Beneath the calm waters of the Black Sea lies a forgotten coastline. What appears today as a vast inland sea was once, according to some scientists, a fertile plain filled with rivers, forests, and ancient human life. But something happened. The sea rose. The land vanished. And in its place, legends began to form. The Black Sea Flood Theory is one of the most debated ideas in modern archaeology and geology. It suggests that around 7,600 years ago, the Black Sea was not a large salty sea, but a much smaller freshwater lake. This theory proposes that a sudden and massive flood transformed it forever. The water came from the Mediterranean Sea, It broke through the natural barrier at the Bosporus Strait and rushed into the Black Sea basin with incredible force. In just a short time, the water level rose by hundreds of feet, drowning land, homes, and possibly entire civilizations. The idea first gained attention in the late 1990s through the work of two marine geologists, William Ryan and Walter Pittman, from Columbia University. They were studying underwater features in the Black Sea using sonar and sediment analysis. What they found surprised them. There were signs of ancient shorelines deep below the current sea level. These lines suggested the sea had once been far smaller and had suddenly expanded. Ryan and Pittman proposed that during the last ice age, the Black Sea was a freshwater lake cut off from the world's oceans. As glaciers melted and global sea levels rose, the Mediterranean Sea slowly climbed higher. Eventually, it reached the Bosporus. Then, in a catastrophic moment, it spilled over. Seawater poured in at a rate estimated to be 200 times greater than that of Niagara Falls. The flood may have lasted for months or even years, but its effect was permanent. This idea has powerful implications. First, it could explain sudden shifts in early human settlements. Archaeologists have long wondered why some Neolithic villages around the Black Sea seem to disappear from the record without warning. If the land was swallowed by rising water, then the disappearance makes sense. Second, the theory may connect with ancient flood myths. Many cultures have stories of a great flood that destroyed the world or forced people to flee. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh describes a flood sent by the gods. In the Bible, the story of Noah tells of water covering the earth, and a man building a boat to survive. Similar tales exist in Greek, Hindu, and Native American traditions. Ryan and Pittman suggested that the Black Sea flood could be the real event behind these stories. If people witnessed their world being drowned and passed down the memory through generations, it may have formed the basis for the legends, but not everyone agrees. Critics argue that the evidence for a sudden flood is not clear enough. Some scientists say the rise in water levels was more gradual, happening over centuries rather than days. They also point out that not all sediment layers support the idea of a violent flood. Others question the connection to ancient myths, suggesting that flood stories may have emerged independently in different cultures simply because floods are common natural disasters. In 2000, ocean explorer Robert Ballard, famous for discovering the wreck of the Titanic, joined the investigation. His team found signs of ancient settlements on the floor of the Black Sea, including stone tools and the remains of wooden structures. These discoveries were located about 300 feet below the current sea level, which supports the idea that the land was once dry and inhabited. Radiocarbon dating of materials found in the submerged area provided ages that lined up with the proposed timeline of the flood. This added strength to the theory, but the question remained whether the change was sudden enough to be called a catastrophe. There is also a question of how connected early humans were across this region. If the flood occurred, did the news of it travel far enough to inspire myths in distant places? Or did it affect only local populations, who then rebuilt and moved on? Some researchers suggest that the flood may have served as a trigger for larger migrations. People living near the ancient lake might have been forced to flee to higher ground, spreading their knowledge, tools, and stories to new regions. This could explain the sudden appearance of advanced farming techniques and pottery in parts of Europe and the Middle East around the same time. The Black Sea today is a mysterious place. Its deep waters have an unusual feature. Below a certain depth, there is no oxygen, which means that organic material is preserved extremely well. Sunken ships, ancient wood, and even human remains can survive for thousands of years. As technology improves, underwater archaeologists are returning to this region, hoping to uncover more clues buried beneath the sea. What they find may confirm or challenge the flood theory. But already, the idea has changed how we think about ancient history. It reminds us that the landscape we see today is not permanent. Seas can rise. Land can sink. Entire chapters of human life can vanish without a trace, waiting to be discovered again by those who dare to look deeper. The enigma of the Black Sea flood theory is not just about geology. It is about memory. It is about the thin line between fact and myth. It is about how a single event can echo across centuries, hidden beneath water, stone, and story. And in the silence of the deep, the truth may still be waiting, silent, buried, but not forgotten. The under-ice microbial ecosystems in Antarctica. Beneath a world of endless white, in a place where sunlight never reaches and temperatures fall below freezing, something is alive. Hidden far beneath the ancient ice of Antarctica, scientists have discovered entire ecosystems that should not exist. For many years, people believed that nothing could live under the thick ice sheets of Antarctica. These glaciers are more than 2 miles deep in some places and have remained frozen for millions of years. It was thought that anything trapped beneath them would be dead, frozen in silence. But that belief began to change in the late 20th century, when scientists started to explore subglacial lakes buried far below the surface. What they found changed our understanding of life itself. One of the first major discoveries came from Lake Vostok, one of the largest subglacial lakes in the world. It lies under about 4,000 meters of ice and has been sealed off for up to 15 million years. In 1996, Russian scientists began drilling into the ice above the lake. Their goal was to study the trapped gases and ancient water. But what they also hoped to find was life. In 2012, they finally reached the lake. Soon after, traces of bacteria were reported in the ice just above the water. These bacteria were not just remnants. They were alive and active, surviving without sunlight, under enormous pressure, and in complete isolation. If life could exist here, it could exist in places once thought impossible. In another place called Lake Whillans, located beneath 800 meters of ice near the Ross Ice Shelf, American scientists found something even more surprising. In 2013, after drilling carefully through the ice, they lowered instruments and cameras into the dark water. The lake was cold, oxygen poor, and filled with finely crushed rock, yet it was alive with microbes. These single-celled organisms were not just surviving. They were thriving, feeding on iron and sulfur from the rocks and producing energy through chemical reactions instead of sunlight. This process is called chemosynthesis. It is different from photosynthesis, which uses sunlight to create energy. Instead, these microbes use the chemistry of their environment to live. They break down minerals and release energy, creating food from stone and water. Since then, dozens of other subglacial lakes have been discovered across Antarctica. Some are large and deep. Others are shallow and narrow. Some seem to flow beneath the ice, connecting through hidden rivers and tunnels. Each may hold its own ecosystem, shaped by pressure, temperature, and chemistry. Scientists have now identified many kinds of bacteria and archaea in these lakes. Some of them are completely new to science. They live in water that never freezes because it is under so much pressure. They tolerate total darkness. They can survive with very little oxygen and no organic food. These are not normal conditions for life, yet the microbes have adapted perfectly. The discovery of these ecosystems has raised huge questions. How did these life forms evolve? How long have they been there? Are they leftovers from a warmer time, or did they develop under the ice? And perhaps most important of all, could similar life exist elsewhere in the universe? Some scientists believe that studying Antarctic microbes could help us understand how life might survive on other planets or moons. For example, Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus both have ice-covered oceans. These oceans may be similar to the lakes beneath Antarctica. If life can survive here, then it might survive there too. But there are challenges. Drilling into these hidden lakes without contaminating them is extremely difficult. Scientists must use clean equipment and protect the ecosystems from outside microbes. Every sample must be handled carefully to ensure that what is found truly belongs to the ancient water. There are also ethical questions. Should we disturb these ecosystems just to study them? They have been sealed away for millions of years. Our presence could change them forever. Still, the search continues, because the knowledge gained could reshape everything we know about biology and the conditions required for life. The implications go beyond science. These hidden microbes show how life finds a way in the most extreme conditions. They remind us that life is not fragile, it is persistent. It adapts to crushing weight, to freezing cold, to total darkness. It exists in silence, waiting to be found. In recent years, scientists have also found evidence of viruses in these environments. Some of them may be ancient, perhaps dating back tens of thousands of years. Others could represent completely new branches of viral evolution. Their presence adds another layer to the mystery and raises concerns about what could be released as the ice melts. Climate change adds urgency to this research. As the Antarctic ice sheet warms and melts, some of these hidden ecosystems may be exposed. This could lead to the release of ancient microbes into modern ecosystems. While most are harmless, some could interact with today's environment in unpredictable ways. In the end, the under-ice microbial ecosystems of Antarctica are more than a scientific curiosity. They are a window into a hidden world, untouched by sunlight or time. They challenge our ideas of where life can exist and what it needs to survive. And as the ice continues to melt and the drilling continues deeper, we are reminded that even in the darkest places, life whispers its presence, waiting for someone to listen. The disappearance of saber-toothed cats. In the shadow of ancient forests and on the wide plains of the Ice Age, a predator once ruled with long, curved teeth and powerful limbs. Its growl echoed through canyons and valleys. Its stare froze prey in place. For thousands of years it was unmatched. Then, without warning, it was gone. This is the story of the disappearance of saber-toothed cats. Saber-toothed cats were not a single species, but a group of prehistoric predators known for their long upper canine teeth that curved like blades. The most famous among them is Smilodon fatalis, often called the saber-toothed tiger, though it was not closely related to modern tigers. Saber-toothed cats lived in both North and South America and were part of a larger group of animals known as Megafauna, the large beasts of the Pleistocene epoch. Smilodon fatalis was a powerful and muscular animal. It stood as tall as a modern lion but was heavier and stronger. Its massive forelimbs were designed for gripping prey, while its strong neck and shoulder muscles helped drive its saber-like teeth into the throat or belly of its victim. These cats hunted large animals like bison, camels, horses, and even young mammoths. Fossils show that Smilodon had a wide range, from forests to grasslands, and was one of the top predators in its ecosystem. The remains of saber-toothed cats have been found in many locations, but one of the richest sources is the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles, California. Thousands of bones have been pulled from the sticky black tar, including many nearly complete skeletons of Smilodon. These tar pits were natural traps. Animals would step into the sticky surface and become trapped. Their cries would attract predators like Smilodon, which would then also become stuck. The La Brea fossils offer a deep look into the lives of these ancient creatures. Despite their strength and success, saber-toothed cats disappeared around 10,000 years ago. This was the same time that many other megafauna also vanished. Mammoths, giant ground sloths, and dire wolves all went extinct in this period. The reasons for this wave of disappearances are still debated. Scientists have proposed several possible causes, but no single answer explains everything. One theory is climate change. Around 10,000 years ago, the last ice age was coming to an end. Temperatures rose, ice sheets melted, forests replaced open grasslands. The large herbivores that saber-toothed cats hunted began to vanish as their habitats changed. With their prey disappearing, the saber-toothed cats may have struggled to find food. Their large bodies and powerful jaws were designed for taking down big animals. If only smaller prey remained, they might have been too specialized to survive. Another major theory points to human involvement. Around the same time that the saber-toothed cats went extinct, humans were spreading across the Americas. These early people were skilled hunters who used spears, traps, and fire to catch animals and change the landscape. There is evidence that humans hunted many types of megafauna, including those that saber-toothed cats depended on. As prey animals disappeared due to overhunting, the food web collapsed. Top predators like Smilodon may have gone hungry and eventually died out. Some scientists believe it was a combination of both climate and humans. The world was changing fast. Ecosystems were shifting. Competition for food increased. Diseases may have spread through stressed animal populations. A tipping point was reached, and once crossed, even the strongest animals could not survive. There is also a debate about the nature of the saber-tooth's killing technique. Its long teeth were impressive, but also fragile. Unlike modern big cats that bite with crushing force, Smilodon likely used a precise stabbing motion to kill. This meant it had to subdue its prey before using its teeth. Some researchers think this strategy made it vulnerable if prey species became rarer or harder to catch. Others argue that Smilodon was smart and social, possibly hunting in groups and caring for injured members. Fossils show signs of healed bones, which suggest these cats lived in cooperative groups rather than as solitary hunters. Still, none of these ideas fully explain the sudden disappearance. The fossil record shows that saber-toothed cats were thriving for thousands of years. Then, within a few centuries, they were gone. No known diseases left behind a trace. No great disaster left a global scar. The extinction feels quiet and empty, like a door slowly closing on an entire world. Today, the bones of saber-toothed cats are displayed in museums. Their long, curved teeth remain sharp. Their skulls show the power they once held, but their eyes are empty. No one has seen a living saber-toothed cat. No one has heard its voice. It is part of a past that seems both close and unreachable. The disappearance of saber-toothed cats is not just a tale of ancient beasts. It is a reminder of how delicate life can be. Even the strongest fall when the world shifts too quickly. As modern humans continue to change the climate and reshape the Earth, the story of Smilodon feels like a warning from the past. We live in a time when many animals face extinction. Forests shrink, oceans warm, species disappear without a sound. The saber-toothed cat once stood at the top of its world, but in the end, it could not hold on. Its teeth were sharp, its body was strong, but its future vanished into silence. Somewhere beneath the earth, another skeleton may still be waiting. Another message from a time when nature moved without mercy. The saber-toothed cat is gone, but its mystery remains. And in that mystery, we are left with a single question that has no answer. What does it truly take to survive a world that refuses to stay the same? The mystery of the tundra steppe ecosystem collapse. Vast grasslands once stretched across the northern half of the planet, a frozen wilderness where mammoths, woolly rhinos, and giant bison roamed under cold skies. Today, those ancient fields are gone. What destroyed them remains one of the great unsolved puzzles of the Ice Age world. The tundra steppe ecosystem was a unique environment that thrived during the Pleistocene epoch, the period that lasted from about 2.5 million years ago until roughly 11,000 years ago. It covered large areas of Europe, Siberia, Alaska, and parts of North America. Unlike today's icy tundra or modern grassy plains, the tundra steppe was dry, windy, and filled with tough grasses, herbs, and shrubs. It supported a rich variety of megafauna, including woolly mammoths, musk oxen, cave lions, and saber-toothed cats. These animals grazed in huge numbers, shaping the land with their movements and feeding habits. This ecosystem had adapted perfectly to the cold and dry Ice Age climate. Even during the harshest glacial periods, it remained stable and widespread. But something changed. Around 11,700 years ago, the tundra steppe began to disappear. Within a short period, the once open grasslands were replaced by wetlands, mossy tundra, and eventually forests in some regions. The animals that depended on the grasses began to vanish. This collapse was sudden, widespread, and still not fully explained. One major factor was climate change. At the end of the Ice Age, global temperatures began to rise rapidly. Ice sheets melted. Precipitation increased. The cold, dry winds that had shaped the tundra steppe weakened. These changes allowed different plants to take root. Grasses were replaced by mosses and trees. As the ecosystem shifted, the animals that relied on the old environment struggled to survive. But climate change alone may not be the full answer. Similar temperature changes had happened before, yet the ecosystem had survived. So, why did it collapse this time? Another theory involves the extinction of large herbivores. Mammoths and bison were more than just creatures of the tundra steppe. They played a central role in maintaining the ecosystem. Their constant grazing kept trees from spreading. Their trampling helped the soil absorb water in a unique way. When these animals declined, the land itself changed. Without them, shrubs and trees began to take over. The grasses faded. The entire balance broke down. But this leads to a deeper mystery. Why did these animals die off? Some scientists point to human hunting as a possible cause. As humans spread across the northern continents, they began to hunt the megafauna. Stone tools and kill sites show that early humans targeted large animals for food. While a few hunts would not destroy entire populations, over time the pressure may have built up. Combined with changing weather and shrinking habitats, it could have led to extinction. Once the animals were gone, the land quickly followed. Other experts believe that disease could have played a role. If a new illness spread among Ice Age animals, it could have wiped them out faster than hunting or climate ever could. There is little physical evidence for this theory, but some researchers are exploring ancient DNA and preserved tissues to find clues. The truth may be that it was not one single cause. It may have been a perfect storm of warming temperatures, increased rainfall, human activity, and ecological imbalance that pushed the tundra steppe past the point of recovery. What makes this mystery even more compelling is the possibility that the ecosystem could be brought back. In Siberia, scientists have created an experiment called Pleistocene Park. There, researchers are trying to recreate the tundra steppe by reintroducing grazing animals to a controlled area. The idea is simple. Let large herbivores do what they once did: trample the soil, eat the shrubs, make room for grasses to return. Early results are promising. The land is changing. The soil is stabilizing. Even the temperature of the ground is dropping slightly because of the way animals disturb the snow. This could have major implications for climate science. If the tundra steppe can be revived, it may help trap carbon in the soil and slow the melting of permafrost, which releases greenhouse gases when it thaws. But there are still many unanswered questions. Can an ancient ecosystem really be rebuilt in a modern world? Will it function the same way without all the original animals? And what about the balance between nature and people? Many of the regions where the tundra steppe once thrived are now inhabited, developed, or protected in different ways. The mystery of the tundra steppe ecosystem collapse is not just about the past. It is also a warning. Ecosystems can seem stable for thousands of years, then vanish in the blink of an eye. When the balance is lost, the consequences can be permanent. The land does not forget, but it may never be the same again. And in the silence of those frozen plains, beneath the moss and snow, the bones of Mammoth still lie buried, surrounded by the faded roots of a world that once was. A world of wind and grass, now erased by forces we still do not fully understand. The prehistoric artifacts at Meadowcroft Rock Shelter. In the quiet hills of western Pennsylvania, a shallow rock overhang hides one of the deepest time capsules in North America. Beneath layers of soil and ash, pieces of forgotten life have been found: stone blades, bone tools, and the charred remains of ancient fires. Together, they tell a story that begins far earlier than anyone expected. The prehistoric artifacts at Meadowcroft Rock Shelter are at the center of one of the most important and controversial archaeological debates in American history. Discovered in the early 1970s, this site may hold the oldest evidence of human habitation in the Americas. Its secrets have challenged long-held beliefs and sparked decades of research, debate, and speculation. The shelter itself is a sandstone overhang located above Cross Creek, a small tributary of the Ohio River. It was discovered in 1955 by a farmer named Albert Miller, who noticed stone tools and bones on his property. He contacted archaeologists at the University of Pittsburgh, but it was not until 1973 that formal excavation began under the direction of Dr. James Adivasio. What he and his team found would shake the foundations of American prehistory. Layer by layer, the soil beneath the shelter revealed thousands of artifacts. These included finely made stone tools, bone awls used for sewing, fire pits, and plant remains. But the real shock came when radiocarbon dating was performed. Charcoal from the deepest layers returned dates of up to 19,000 years ago. If true, that meant humans were living in Meadowcroft well before the end of the last ice age and long before the arrival of the Clovis culture, which had long been considered the first American civilization. The Clovis first model, dominant for most of the 20th century, claimed that humans arrived in North America around 13,000 years ago by crossing the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia and moving south through the ice-free corridor. But the Meadowcroft dates challenged this. They suggested that humans had arrived much earlier and had either taken a different route or had simply been here longer than anyone believed. Naturally, this discovery stirred controversy. Some researchers questioned the dating methods. Others suggested that ancient groundwater might have contaminated the samples, making them appear older than they actually were. Critics also questioned whether the artifacts were truly human-made or whether natural processes could have placed them in the shelter. However, Adivasio and his team were meticulous. They used strict excavation procedures and documented every artifact with care. Over time, as technology improved, newer dating methods supported the original results. Today, most archaeologists accept that Meadowcroft is at least as old as 16,000 years, and possibly even older. Beyond the dating, the artifacts themselves are remarkable. The tools found at Meadowcroft are unlike Clovis points. They are smaller, more refined, and include a variety of shapes for cutting, scraping, and drilling. This suggests that the people who lived there had a well-developed tool tradition. They were not wanderers or temporary settlers. They had a culture, a routine, and a connection to the land. Botanical remains found at the site also show that the inhabitants used a wide variety of plants for food and medicine. They gathered fruits, nuts, and seeds, and may have even stored food. Animal bones suggest they hunted deer, rabbits, and even small birds. The shelter provided protection from weather and offered a strategic view of the valley below. These details paint a picture of a community that lived in balance with its environment. They were adaptable, intelligent, and observant. They understood the rhythms of nature and used them to survive in a world still shaped by glaciers and wild beasts. The implications of Meadowcroft go far beyond one location. If people were living in Pennsylvania nearly 20,000 years ago, they must have come from somewhere. That suggests earlier migrations into the continent, possibly along coastal routes, or even through areas now submerged by rising seas. It also means other early sites may exist, hidden under soil or ice, waiting to be found. Meadowcroft has since become a model for archaeological preservation. The site is now protected under a climate-controlled enclosure and is open to the public as part of the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter and Historic Village. Visitors can see the excavation area, learn about ancient life, and explore recreated environments that show what the world may have looked like thousands of years ago. But even as it teaches, the site still guards its mysteries. Who were these people? Where did they come from? And what happened to them? Their tools remain. Their fires are marked by blackened soil. But their names, languages, and stories are gone. The prehistoric artifacts at Meadowcroft Rock Shelter remind us how fragile our understanding of the past really is. A few inches of dirt can hide an entire civilization. A single discovery can rewrite everything. The land keeps its secrets well. And as long as we keep digging, with patience and respect, we may find more voices from the deep past, speaking in stone, ash, and silence. The disputed human activity at Cerruti Mastodon Site. A mastodon's broken bones lie scattered beneath ancient soil. Nearby, shattered stones seem placed with purpose. But the most haunting part is not what was found. It is when. The Cerruti Mastodon Site is located near San Diego, California. In 1992, construction crews were clearing ground to expand a road when they uncovered bones buried deep beneath the surface. These were not human bones. They belonged to a mastodon, a prehistoric relative of the elephant that lived during the Ice Age. But the strange arrangement of the bones and the nearby stone tools caught the attention of scientists. The find was quickly reported, and researchers from the San Diego Natural History Museum began careful excavation. They found ribs, tusks, and large limb bones, all badly fractured. But the breaks were not caused by natural decay. They appeared fresh, as if something powerful had smashed the bones while they were still moist. Beside them were 5 large stones. 2 of them seemed shaped into hammers, while 3 looked like anvils. The stones did not match the surrounding rock. They had been brought there from somewhere else. For years, the bones and stones were studied in silence. The patterns of breakage, the placement of the tools, and the lack of weathering all suggested something very unusual. Then in 2017, the research team published their findings. According to uranium series dating of the bones, the mastodon remains were about 130,000 years old. If correct, this would mean that someone or something used tools to break the bones of a mastodon in North America more than 100,000 years before humans were thought to have arrived. According to mainstream science, modern humans only entered the Americas around 15,000 years ago. The Cerruti site would push that timeline back by more than 100,000 years. The reaction was immediate and intense. Some scientists praised the team's careful work. Others dismissed the findings as impossible. They argued that the stones could have been placed by natural forces, or that the bone fractures were caused by geological pressure or heavy vehicles. Critics said the tools were not shaped enough to prove human action, and that there were no human bones or DNA found at the site. Supporters pointed to the precision of the breaks. The bones were cracked at points that would release marrow. The stones showed signs of impact, with small chips flaked off at the edges. One tusk was pushed vertically into the ground, something unlikely to happen by accident. The lead author of the study, Dr. Thomas Desmarais, stood by the findings. He and his team used modern forensic techniques to analyze the bones and compared the damage to known archaeological sites. They concluded that only a strong, intelligent force could have made the patterns. They did not claim it was Homo sapiens. Other hominins, like Neanderthals or Denisovans, could have reached North America earlier than we thought. But that opens even more questions. There is no other confirmed evidence of Neanderthals or Denisovans in the Americas. Their fossils are known from Europe and Asia. No tools or camps from that period have been found in North America. If someone came this early, they left no clear trace behind. Some researchers believe that earlier waves of humans may have come to the continent and later vanished without leaving much evidence. Rising sea levels could have hidden coastal migration routes. Erosion and time could have erased camps and tools. The Ice Age changed the land dramatically. What remains might be buried too deep to find. Still, the Cerruti Mastodon site stands alone. It is the only site with evidence this old in the Americas. that makes it controversial. In science, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. Without human remains, many experts refuse to accept the site as proof of early human activity. Yet the mystery remains. The bones are real, the stones are real, the breaks are real. And the dating has been double-checked. The site has not been contaminated. There's no obvious sign of modern interference. Some propose that the stones could have been used by large animals or moved by flowing water. But these explanations do not fully match the patterns. The breakages are too focused. The stones are too heavy to have been randomly dropped. The tusk driven vertically into the earth seems intentional. In 2020, researchers published a follow-up study with even more evidence. They analyzed the internal structure of the fractured bones and found microscopic signs of percussion, the kind made when a bone is struck by force. These marks matched those made by humans in other parts of the world. Still, no new consensus has formed. The Sudden Mastodon site remains one of the most debated discoveries in recent history. It challenges the timeline of human migration. It forces us to consider the possibility that unknown hominins reached the Americas long before we imagined. If true, then we have missed an entire chapter of human history, a chapter where tool users crossed seas, hunted giants, and vanished before leaving a trace. A chapter still buried beneath layers of dust and doubt, and so the site waits, silent. The bones still speak, but few are ready to listen. In the space between belief and disbelief, the Sudden Mastodon site stands like a broken fossil in the earth, a question without an answer, a whisper from a time we cannot explain. The climate chaos of the Bulling-Alarode period. At the end of the last ice age, the Earth did something strange. After thousands of years locked in freezing cold, the temperature suddenly shifted. Glaciers began to melt, rivers roared to life, forests reappeared where once there had been only ice and stone, but just as quickly as it warmed, the world turned cold again. This strange moment of rapid climate change is known as the Bulling-Alarode period, and its chaos still puzzles scientists to this day. The Bulling-Alarode period began around 14,700 years ago and lasted for about 1,300 years. It was a time of sudden warming after a long and brutal glacial period. During this time, temperatures across much of the northern hemisphere increased rapidly. Glaciers that had stood still for centuries began to retreat. Animals migrated into new areas. Plants spread northward. And early human societies began to take advantage of the changes. Before this period, Earth was gripped by the full strength of the last ice age. Sheets of ice, more than a mile thick, covered much of North America and Europe. These frozen walls shaped the land beneath them, carving valleys and grinding down mountains. But when the Bulling-Alarode warming started, everything began to move. The cold grip loosened. Rain fell in places that had seen none for thousands of years. Lakes expanded. Coastlines shifted. Life returned quickly, but it also returned unevenly. This warming was not gentle. It was one of the most rapid shifts in temperature ever recorded in the geological record. In some areas, average temperatures rose by more than 4 degrees Celsius in just a few decades. For comparison, today's global warming has taken over a century to raise temperatures by just over 1 degree. This ancient shift was faster and more dramatic. Scientists still debate what caused such a sudden change. One theory focuses on ocean currents. During the Ice Age, massive freshwater lakes formed along the edges of glaciers. As the glaciers melted, these lakes sometimes burst, pouring huge amounts of fresh water into the oceans. This sudden release may have disrupted the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, a powerful ocean current system that helps control climate by moving warm and cold water between the tropics and the poles. When these currents shift or slow down, they can trigger major climate swings. Another theory involves solar activity. Changes in the sun's energy output could have influenced Earth's climate. Though solar changes usually act slowly, even small shifts in radiation could amplify warming if the Earth's climate was already unstable. Volcanic activity may have also played a role. Large eruptions release particles into the atmosphere that reflect sunlight and temporarily cool the Earth. But if volcanic activity slowed, more sunlight would reach the surface, increasing warming. Whatever the cause, the effects of the Bölling-Alleröd period were massive. In Europe, forests spread rapidly into areas once dominated by cold tundra. Animals like red deer, wild boar, and elk moved northward. Human cultures that had lived as cold weather hunters now found themselves in warmer, richer environments. In the Middle East, the Natufian culture began to form more permanent settlements. This may have laid the foundation for agriculture. People began to store food, build structures, and stay in one place longer. In North America, the warming changed the pattern of rainfall and river systems. Glacial meltwater carved new paths through the landscape. Ancient lakes swelled and then drained, leaving behind dry basins and floodplains. The continent's large Ice Age animals, including mammoths and mastodons, followed the shifting climate in search of food and water. But not all of them would survive what came next. After 1,300 years of warming, the climate suddenly turned again. Around 12,900 years ago, the world plunged back into cold. This return of glacial conditions is known as the Younger Dryas. The reason for this reversal is also debated. Some scientists believe it was caused by another massive release of fresh water into the North Atlantic, again disrupting ocean circulation. Others suggest that a comet or asteroid impact released dust into the atmosphere, blocking sunlight and cooling the Earth. Whatever the cause, the effect was brutal. Temperatures dropped rapidly. Forests retreated. Glaciers advanced once more. Animals that had just returned to northern areas were pushed south or killed off. Human populations had to adapt again. In some places, they abandoned settlements. In others, they developed new tools and survival strategies. The Bölling-Alleröd period and the Younger Dryas that followed show how fragile and unpredictable the Earth's climate can be. It does not always change slowly or gently. Sometimes it moves like a storm, changing everything in a human lifetime. For early humans, this meant living through extremes. They experienced heat and ice, abundance and starvation. Their stories, now buried in archaeology and passed down through legend, may still carry the memory of these changes. Modern scientists study the Bölling-Alleröd period, not just to understand the past, but to prepare for the future. As our world warms again, the ancient records and ice cores, lake sediments, and cave formations warn us what rapid change can look like. The Earth has shifted before, and it can do so again. Human civilizations today are more complex and more connected than ever, but they may not be more prepared. The chaos of the Bölling-Alleröd period left behind no written words, no carved monuments. Only frozen soil, buried forests, and the bones of animals that lived and died through a time of fire and ice. And in those layers of ancient Earth, the message is clear. The climate does not ask for permission. It does not wait for us to be ready. It turns when it chooses, and when it does, it leaves nothing unchanged. The mass graves of mammoths in Ukraine thousands of years ago. Giant mammoths walked the cold plains of Eastern Europe. They roamed the windswept lands of what is now Ukraine, moving in herds, covered in thick fur, and facing a world of ice and snow. But in some places, their journey ended suddenly and in strange ways. Beneath the soil of Ukraine lie fields filled with mammoth bones. Not one or two, but hundreds. The question is not only how they died, but why their bodies were placed together in these haunting mass graves. The most famous of these sites is Mezhirich, a small village in central Ukraine. In the 1960s, a farmer digging near his home uncovered something unexpected. It was not stone or wood, it was bone. As archaeologists arrived and started excavating, they found the remains of 4 woolly mammoths. But what they uncovered next was even more surprising. The bones were arranged in a circle. They formed the base of a structure, a dwelling made almost entirely of mammoth bones. This was not a simple pile of leftovers. It was designed with purpose. Archaeologists found more than one of these bone structures at Megafauna. Over time, similar sites were discovered across Ukraine and parts of Russia and Poland. Some contained the bones of more than 100 individual mammoths. Skulls, ribs, tusks, and limb bones stacked and arranged with clear patterns. In many cases, no tools or weapons were found nearby. Just the bones, silent and massive. The structures are estimated to be around 15,000 years old. This places them near the end of the last ice age, when glaciers were retreating and climates were shifting. The people who lived here were likely part of a larger culture of Ice Age hunter-gatherers. They left no written records, but the bones they left behind raise deep and disturbing questions. One theory suggests that these mammoths were hunted by humans and then used for shelter. In the cold, treeless plains, wood was scarce. Mammoth bones were large, strong, and available. People may have used them like logs to build homes and protect themselves from the elements. But this idea has its limits. Killing that many mammoths would take an enormous amount of effort. Some sites contain the remains of over 500 individuals. Could a small group of hunters really bring down so many giants? Another theory suggests that the bones came from natural deaths. Perhaps mammoths fell into icy pits or died in floods, and the bones were later collected and reused by humans. But the arrangement of the bones does not seem random. Many of the skulls are placed upright. Tusks curve toward the center of the circles. Ribs are stacked like walls. This was not simply bone storage. It was construction, possibly even ritual. Some researchers believe these sites may have had ceremonial importance. The size and scale of the bone circles suggest that they were not just practical shelters. They may have been used for gatherings, rites, or burial ceremonies. In some cases, human remains have been found nearby. Burned areas suggest fires. Patterns carved into bones suggest art or symbolism. If true, then these bone homes were also places of meaning. But the mystery does not end there. DNA studies of the bones show that some of the mammoths came from different regions. They did not all belong to a single herd. That means they may have been brought together over time. The graves are not the result of one event, but many. This adds another layer to the puzzle. Were mammoths hunted seasonally? Did people return to the same sites year after year? Or were these places of offering, where mammoth remains were gathered like sacred objects? The mammoth bone dwellings in Ukraine are not the only ones of their kind. Similar structures have been found across Eastern Europe, but Ukraine has the highest concentration and the most complex arrangements. Ohm circles are nearly 20 feet wide. The effort to build them would have been enormous, especially with only stone tools and cold winds cutting through the steppe. Modern experiments have tried to recreate these structures. Archaeologists used real mammoth bones to test whether they could build similar shelters. They found that it was possible, but extremely difficult. It would take knowledge, teamwork, and careful planning. This tells us something important about the people who lived then. They were not primitive. They were smart, resourceful, and capable of large-scale building with the materials they had. And yet, their world vanished. As the climate warmed, the mammoths disappeared. The last of them survived on a small island in the Arctic until around 4,000 years ago, but in Ukraine, they were gone long before that. The people who built with their bones disappeared too. Their culture faded, leaving only the silent circles behind. Today, the mass graves of mammoths in Ukraine remain frozen in time. They offer no clear answers, just questions. Were these shelters or temples? Were the bones signs of survival or symbols of something deeper? Did the people who built them worship the mammoth, depend on it, or both? The wind still blows across the Ukrainian plains, where grass hides ancient bones and forgotten walls. Beneath the surface, the earth holds the remains of a lost world. A world where humans lived beside giants and built homes from their bones. a world that may still have secrets buried just beneath our feet. And the quiet presence of those mammoth graves continues to whisper that we do not yet understand the full story of our own past. The frozen forests found beneath Alaska. Buried beneath the ice and silence of Alaska, there is a forest that no one alive has ever seen. Its trees are not standing. Its leaves do not move. But they are still there, preserved in frozen earth, locked away for thousands of years. The frozen forests, found beneath Alaska, are one of the most haunting and revealing discoveries in the study of Earth's ancient climate. These forests are not fossils turned to stone. They are real wood, broken trunks, tangled roots, layers of leaves, all frozen in time, hidden under permafrost and preserved by the cold. Their presence offers clues about a world that once was, and warnings about a world that may come again. Alaska today is known for its icy tundras, snow-covered mountains, and long winters. But thousands of years ago, the land looked very different. During warmer periods in Earth's past, large parts of Alaska were covered in lush boreal forests. These forests were filled with spruce, birch, and larch trees. Animals like mammoths, mastodons, and ancient bison roamed the shaded valleys. It was a living world full of movement and life. As the Ice Age began to grip the planet, temperatures dropped, snowfall increased, and eventually, massive glaciers spread across the land. In some places, the advancing ice crushed everything in its path. In others, it simply covered it. Forests were knocked down by the weight of snow or choked by freezing soil. Over time, they were buried. But because the ground remained frozen, the remains did not rot. They stayed intact. These buried forests were first discovered by accident. As modern development and road construction expanded across Alaska, workers began to uncover strange materials. Logs buried deep underground, tree stumps still rooted in place. Sometimes, entire sections of forest floor emerged from the earth as if peeled from another time. Scientists quickly realized what they were looking at. This was not wood that had drifted in from elsewhere. It was a forest that had grown, lived, and died, right where it was found. One of the most famous examples is the forest uncovered near the town of Cantwell. Beneath layers of volcanic ash and frozen silt, researchers found ancient trees lying in place. Some were still upright. Others were laid out like they had been pushed down by a slow-moving hand. Radiocarbon dating placed them at around 40,000 years old. That means they had grown during a warmer period before the last glacial maximum. In other parts of Alaska, especially near the Yukon River and along the Brooks Range, similar discoveries have been made. These forests are found buried under thick layers of loess, a fine dust carried by wind during dry glacial periods. The dust slowly covered the land, layer by layer, protecting the organic material beneath it. The trees themselves are astonishingly well preserved. In some cases, the wood still snaps like dry kindling. Leaves are pressed into the soil, veins still visible. Even ancient pollen can be extracted, giving scientists a clear picture of what species once grew there. These samples help reconstruct past climates, revealing how ecosystems responded to sudden shifts in temperature. The frozen forests of Alaska are not just scientific treasures, they are also a warning. As global temperatures rise, permafrost across the Arctic is beginning to thaw. That means these forests, and countless other layers of frozen organic matter, are now exposed. As they decay, they release carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere. These are powerful greenhouse gases that speed up warming even more. Scientists estimate that Arctic permafrost holds more than 1 trillion tons of carbon. That is more than all the carbon currently in the atmosphere. If large portions of the frozen ground thaw rapidly, it could trigger a feedback loop. More warming causes more thawing, which releases more carbon, which causes more warming. The frozen forests are part of that chain. In recent years, Researchers have returned to these ancient sites to collect more data. They use ground-penetrating radar, soil core samples, and satellite imagery to track where the forests lie and how fast the permafrost is changing. What they find is unsettling. Some of the ancient forests are already decomposing. Bubbles of methane are forming under the soil. Sinkholes are opening as ice melts and ground collapses. Beyond the climate threat, the frozen forests also raise questions about human history. Some of the land once covered by these forests may have been habitable to early humans. As the climate shifted, ancient people may have followed the changing environment, moving alongside animals and forests. If early tools or campsites exist beneath the permafrost, they too may be preserved, waiting to be found. There are also cultural stories tied to these discoveries. Indigenous groups in Alaska have long told tales of changing lands and strange things hidden in the earth. Some legends speak of buried worlds, forgotten trees, and land that swallows itself. Whether these are symbolic memories of past climate shifts or literal descriptions of real events, they echo the story that science now uncovers. The frozen forests found beneath Alaska are more than just relics of a lost world. They are part of Earth's deep memory. They carry the imprint of warm ages and cold ones. They reveal how quickly the planet can change and how life tries to adapt. As the ice retreats and the ground softens, these ancient forests are waking. Their return is not through growth, but through decay. And in their quiet release of ancient air, they whisper something we may not be ready to hear. The past is not buried forever. It can return. It already has. The Pleistocene Park experiment to revive Ice Age ecosystems. What would happen if we brought the Ice Age back to life? Could the animals and ecosystems that once shaped Earth return to heal the damage left by modern humanity? Deep in the frozen wilderness of northeastern Siberia, a bold experiment is unfolding. In a place where the land has remained cold and wild for thousands of years, scientists are trying to recreate the past in order to save the future. This place is called Pleistocene Park, and it is one of the most unusual conservation projects in the world. The project was started by a Russian geophysicist named Sergei Zimov. In the 1990s, Zimov was studying permafrost and carbon storage in the Arctic. He realized that the frozen ground beneath Siberia holds massive amounts of carbon, trapped for thousands of years in the ice and soil. As the climate warms, this carbon could be released into the atmosphere, accelerating global warming. But Zimov had a theory. He believed that reintroducing large herbivores to the tundra could help slow or even reverse this dangerous trend. During the Pleistocene epoch, which ended around 11,700 years ago, Siberia was covered in what scientists call the Mammoth steppe. It was a vast, grassy ecosystem home to woolly mammoths, bison, horses, musk oxen, and predators like cave lions and wolves. These animals played a key role in maintaining the landscape. They trampled the snow, exposed soil, spread seeds, and helped grasses grow by grazing. When these animals vanished at the end of the Ice Age, the land changed. The grasslands turned to mossy tundra and forests. The permafrost became more fragile. Zimov believed that by bringing back large herbivores, it might be possible to restore the ancient balance. In 1996, with the help of his son Nikita and a small group of researchers, he fenced off a section of tundra near the town of Chersky in the Sakha Republic. This area became Pleistocene Park. The goal was to reintroduce animals similar to those that once roamed the region and observe how they affected the land. Over the years, the team brought in animals such as Yakutian horses, reindeer, musk oxen, bison, and yaks. Later, they added moose, Kalmyk cows, and even a few predators like wolves. The results have been promising. The animals disturbed the soil and broke through snow, allowing grasses to grow again. They helped keep the ground cooler during the winter by reducing the insulating layer of snow. This made the permafrost more stable and less likely to thaw. The park now covers over 20 square kilometers and continues to grow. But the real dream of the project reaches further. Zimov hopes to one day bring back woolly mammoths, or at least animals close to them. With advances in genetic engineering, some scientists believe it may be possible to create mammoth-elephant hybrids using DNA recovered from frozen mammoth remains. These animals would be specially designed to survive in cold climates and perform the same ecological roles as their extinct ancestors. This part of the project has captured the public's imagination but also sparked debate. Critics argue that de-extinction is risky and expensive. They say resources should go toward protecting animals and ecosystems that already exist. Others question whether reintroduced animals would truly behave like ancient species or survive long-term. But supporters see the project as a bold step toward repairing the damage caused by human activity. They argue that recreating functioning ecosystems could help stabilize the climate and restore biodiversity. In their view, bringing back the past is not about reversing time. It is about learning from what worked before and applying it to the problems of today. The Pleistocene Park experiment also touches on deeper questions. What do we owe to extinct species? Should humans try to fix the ecosystems they once disrupted? Is it possible to rebuild a lost world using the tools of modern science? The project has inspired similar efforts in other parts of the world. In North America, some scientists have proposed rewilding the Great Plains with animals like bison and wild horses. In Europe, ancient breeds of cattle and horses are being used to manage landscapes that were once shaped by megafauna. Back in Siberia, the work continues slowly but steadily. The Zimovs and their team live in a harsh and isolated place. The winters are brutal, the summers are brief, but their vision remains clear. They are trying to create a living laboratory where science, history, and nature meet. They believe that restoring the mammoth steppe could lock away carbon for thousands of years, reduce the release of greenhouse gases, and provide a model for large-scale ecological repair. Their data has already shown that grasslands reflect more sunlight than forests, helping to cool the surface. Their animals have transformed patches of mossy ground into active, growing meadows. Still, the dream is far from complete. Mammoths are not yet walking the steppe. Many challenges remain, but the park stands as a rare example of imagination turned into action. The frozen earth holds the memory of what was once a thriving world. At Pleistocene Park, that world is being invited back, one hoofprint at a time. And as the climate warms and the ice melts, the question becomes more urgent. Can the past help save the future? Or will what lies beneath the ice be lost forever, along with the last chance to learn from it?